That's better. I think we should start because we now are reaching a quorum. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all the members that are here, the executive mayor, the members of parliament. As per our last report, we indicated that when we go to specific area, we would be inviting members of parliament. And I've seen, is it Member Peterse, Member Maneli, Member Litsie. Yeah, those are the members that I've seen thus far. You are most welcome. And I hope that portfolio committee members, you allow me that I think after everything else, we can allow, after each presentation, we can allow members to can raise their own issues. So with dispensing of Member Maneli with tradition, we introducing a new tradition. Because we want as many ideas as possible around the issues we're going to be discussing. Now we need to declare this area a legislature. We'll do that quickly. I, Honorable Mzikaifani Kumalo, Chairperson of COCTA Portfolio Committee, hereby declare that the Merafong City Local Municipal Chambers in the city of Joburg, in the West Red, as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56.2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, Version 5, Revision 2, read together with Section 2.1 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament, Provincial Legislatures Act number 4, 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagement of the day. The precinct of Parliament or legislature is described as follows. The precinct of Parliament is the area of land and every building or part of a building under Parliament control, including the chamber in which the proceedings of the House are conducted, and the galleries and lobbies of the chambers. Every part of the building in which the chambers are situated, and every forecourt, yard, garden, enclosure, or open space pertinent to the committee rooms and other meeting places provided or used in primarily for Parliament purposes, and every building or part of the building provided or used in connection with the proceeding of the Parliament will be used. I now want members to confirm this. Thank you very much. We will then proceed to apologies. Who's going to do that for us? I gave you one.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, both from national and provincial, the mayor and colleagues. We've received the following apologies from Honorable Member Masuleng, who's having an organizational commitment, Member Makene, who's due to ill health, and Member Musai due to family responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further apologies?
Okay. Further apologies, Chair, we've got from MMC Mgano, who will not be able to attend COCTA Portfolio Committee due to work commitments, and also MEC, who is attending the extended meeting with the Minister of COCTA, Honorable Hlabisa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we dispense off with the apologies? Member Ngoweni? Are we fine with them? Member Didebe, are you seconding? Thank you very much. Let's then move to the next item, which is the confirmation of the agenda. Our agenda will be as follows. The opening remarks by the chair. We will have presentation by the department, COCTA on service delivery, financial viability of the municipality. And then we'll have the municipality presentation on Merafong City Municipality. We'll then have the internal working, which is the presentation of the COCTA on the first quarterly report and the question session for that. Jabu, you removed my item, cooperative governance. It's part of the
Yes, it's part of what the department as well as the
Merafong.
Merafong will be presenting. Yes.
Okay, because I don't see here. Thank you. Executive Mayor and HOD, all that we wanted is that what's the progress since the visit of the NCOP. Remember, we were party as the committee, and therefore it is important that we get to know what progress has been made so that we can ask the relevant question. If that being the case, then that will be our agenda, honorable members. Are we okay with it? Any seconder? Thank you very much. Let's then move to the first item, the opening remarks by the chair. Just as a context, you will recall that we've been visiting different municipalities primarily to check the financial viability of the municipality, service delivery projects of municipalities, and any other matter that is relevant to municipalities. Some of them I'll speak to them. We went to Mfuleni, that was our first municipality, you'll recall. And now we here, and I know that from here we're going to Merafong to do the same work. We intended to finalize, because we had a date for Rand West and West Rand municipalities, but something came in, so we're reviewing those particular dates. Then we can go to other municipalities and end with the metros. The major thing there, Executive Mayor, is to try and put together a report that would indicate specific things that would have been in municipalities, and those issues are not raised. There's a statement, I can't remember who made it, in Mfuleni. I think it's one of the members or one of the officials, I can't recall very well. They said, if we are not going to be honest in dealing with the challenges that are faced up by municipalities, we must as well forget. There's nothing that we're going to resolve. We'll come like that, leave, and the situation remains the same. So from our side, we want to call for that honestly to ensure that let's identify the real issues and deal with them. So Merafong local municipality has been experiencing significant challenges in delivering basic services to its residents. Electricity supply has been unreliable, with towns such as Velverdindt suffering prolonged outages exceeding 1 month due to transformer failures and grid instability. Water provision has been compromised. The municipality's outstanding debt of 1.4 billion to rent water led to the reduction in supply, which was partially restored following a payment of about 50 million. Despite this, only 80% of water services have resumed and full restoration remain uncertain. Infrastructure across the municipality is deteriorating, particularly in the Carltonville Central Business District, which has promoted calls for an urgent revitalization. According to the municipality's own performance assessment, only 34% of basic service delivery targets were achieved, and in the current financial year. This reflects system inefficiencies and underscores the need for strategic intervention. Insofar as financial viability is concerned, the financial health of Merafong local municipality is in perilous state. Revenue collection has declined, audit outcomes have been consistently negative, and the municipality remain heavily indebted to essential service providers. Veldeverdien, a key revenue-generating area, continue to suffer from poor service delivery, further undermining public confidence and financial sustainability. The municipality has partnered with the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to implement a 10-point turnaround strategy. This initiative aims to improve cash flow management, introduce smart metering to reduce utility losses, enhance indigent household support, and attract investment for green economic development. Audit improvement and financial accountability are central pillars of this recovery plan. Sinkholes and disaster declarations. On the 4th of August 2025, Merafong City was declared a provincial disaster area due to escalating sinkhole activity. This marks the second such declaration in less than a decade, following a similar crisis in 2017. The municipality's dolomitic geology has made it particularly vulnerable to sinkhole formation, which now threatens the area, schools, and public infrastructure. I need to indicate here that there's consistent engagement with the NCOP, wherein they would want us to account, Executive Mayor, on the decisions that they've made here. I think one of there was a decision around a forensic investigation that has to be instituted on the basis that there was money appropriated for sinkhole, and those monies did not see the light in terms of those particular sinkhole. Honorable members, on my way here, I even saw a letter from the chairperson of the NCOP. So it will be important that we deal with some of those issues as we engage. High-risk zones, including Kutsong, where homes and education facilities have sustained damages, as well as Carltonville Reservoir and the site of Badile Secondary School. The Council for Geoscience has conducted assessment to identify vulnerable zones. A multi-stakeholder roundtable is being convened to coordinate comprehensive response involving academic experts, disaster management professionals, and government representatives at both local and provincial level. In conclusion, Merafong City faces a convergence of challenges that require urgent and coordinated action. So this thing that national will come, province will come, and so forth, it's not really helping. We need that coordination. Hence, Executive Mayor, you would see us inviting even the MPs for them to have a better sense as they do their different work of what is happening and how best they can come in and help us. Service delivery failures, financial instability, and geological risk have placed the municipality in a vulnerable position. However, the implementation of the turnaround strategy and active engagement, there is potential for recovery and long-term transformation. One of the issues that the former minister raised with me was that what will be our response as public rep if we wake up tomorrow and Merafong has sunk? What are we going to say? And there's death of people. What are we going to say? What's going to be our response? I think we've got to take these issues very serious, given the fact that this put the municipality on an untenable situation as such. So we'll then now receive the presentation by COCTA on the financial viability of Merafong City Municipality. We indicated that because usually that's when we give the MEC to speak to us, but the MEC did give me a call. He was on his way, and there was an insistence that he should attend a meeting with is it the Minister or Deputy? With the Minister of COCTA, and I had to agree. But I was happy that the HOD is here. So HOD, take us through the issues and any other issue that we have not necessarily raised. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. And let me also greet the National MP. Should be seen to be in conflict with what Merafong is doing. The study should rather be seen as an additional support measure to support the municipality in so far as what they need to do in so far as effective budget management and planning. And Chair, quite correctly in your opening remarks, you mentioned the issue of the declining revenue base. We have also noted that as a concern, but we have also looked at some of the mitigation measures. And some of the serious measures in the area is also the issue of smart meters. We know Merafong was part of the municipalities that could apply for funding from the National Treasury, and the team in COCTA is assisting them to convince the National Treasury to provide that funding for smart meters. So, Chair, in essence, what the assessment concluded is the assessment also noted the service delivery challenges and the interpretation of the various plans of the municipality, but important to note that there needs to be some mitigation measures which the municipality is aware of. And then, of course, Chair, the issue of financial planning, budgeting, and so forth is a key focus area. We note that the meeting with the minister today and the MEC, I was attending the meeting earlier, but I had to excuse myself. It is also going beyond this budget planning. The minister wants to ensure that all municipalities stable funded budgets. It's also a requirement now from the National Treasury. It is for that reason that this financial viability report is of such critical essence to ensure that we deal with the issues. But Chair, we also know that as a municipality, and by the time we brief the committee on some of the work done whilst we had a meeting with the NCOP, we need to have a significant intervention in the aging infrastructure. And Chair, if we don't do that, and I don't think Merafong has the financial resources for that, I don't think provincial government has that financial resources. We provide support to the municipality, and where funding is available, we do provide that. Also, the provincial government is involved. But in essence, Chair, you need all spheres of government involved in order to make a significant dent in the infrastructure delivery. Chair, also as part of the viability assessment, what we have done over the last few weeks is to engage with our infrastructure financing agency to look at what would be the financial assumptions for Merafong, for Mfuleni as such, if you want to attract private sector investment and we adopt the performance-based contract model approach where they come in, assist with funding, and we need to do some significant infrastructure upgrades, particularly on water. But those discussions are underway. We should be tabling a report to the Premier's Coordinating Forum in the next 2 months, where all the executive mayors will be present, and that is primarily to ensure that we start some way of dealing with the aging infrastructure. Chair, the team in Kokta that have led this process can take us in a bit of detail through the presentation, and I'm going to invite the Chief Director of Municipal Support, Municipal Finance Support, to lead us with his Director, Chair. And then, Chair, after that, we can hand over to the municipality. The presentation from the municipality will just go into a little bit of detail on the work they have done, particularly when it comes to the financial sustainability, improvement in controls, and also the possible trajectory to improve the audit outcomes, as we have seen some level of improvement. But we also know, Chair, improvement is always only noted once we are feeling the impact of the improvements on the ground, and that's underway. So, Chair, with your indulgence, I'm going to invite Anthony. Can you lead us on the presentation and with the support, and we can then hand over to the MM. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Good morning.
That presentation should, are you going to load it, to upload it? Okay, thank you.
Chair, I was hoping that somebody is loading the presentation. But I'll start. I think, good morning, Honorable Chair, Executive Mayor, Honorable Members, MMCs. HOD already gave an opening remark regarding the independence of the study. I'll just shoot into what were the high-level challenges that were picked up, and this trend analysis tells the story already known, but I think that it's important that the trend analysis takes us over time And that importance then places emphasis on how we have focused our strategy and plan that we recommended to the municipality. So around the key high-level challenges, no doubt in terms of the center of financial sustainability, e-service delivery, governance, finance, and institutional. The viability and sustainability and resilience in the long term is a necessary path in order to ensure some financial stability in the municipalities. In terms of, I'm on slide 8 when it comes up, in terms of the viability assessment, the root causes identified, but it's not limited to the following. On the non-payment of ESCOM, unmetered areas, backlogs due to budget constraints, system issues, some of the key areas picked up. On the deficits of the water and electricity service lines, Chair, we know that these service lines have accumulated deficits over time, but the and the trend analysis is time-bound. We have used the AG's reports up to 2024. So we do look a little bit back from 2024 into 2022, 2023 financial years. So this is where the analysis is based on. Issues around liquidity ratio, the debtors, low collections, high water electricity losses, socioeconomic challenges, the non-performing essential services lines, such as Pick It Up, which showed some deficits in the beginning, the water service lines not showing any great revenue coming through, and also in terms of electricity water losses. Then the high creditor payment days, to an extent where up to 2024 we would see very long, many days turnaround in order to pay creditors as well, particularly ESCOM, RAN Water, and other key creditors. In terms of the situation and the fiscal capacity of the area and the jurisdiction we speak about, there's definitely 3 key situational issues: poverty, education, and crime that needs to be looked at, that requires, and our approach that requires all spheres of government to play a role within this jurisdiction of Merafong to turn things around. I am now on my slide 10, looking at the liquidity ratio, and we can see, looking back in the years, Merafong has not performed very well in terms of its ratios. It's under the norm, which is 1.0, below 1%, or 1:2 is normally a upward trend. And we know that we have projected that once the interventions are taking place, we are hoping that Merafong will reach and attain above the ratio of 1:2. But the norm is above 2, which is 2.1 in terms of the liquidity ratio. So that is where we were between now and the year 2027. Our projections is that if we make the right kind of interventions, we should see some turnaround between 2025 and 2027. I am then talking about the annual collection rate known to us. We have experienced and seen over the years, starting from 2021, that collection rate was particularly low in the municipality. There was a time the municipality migrated from its original existing BIQ system into a new system, and there was some financial information challenges. Hence, the audited reports show a very low collection rate up to 2024 at 29%. However, our predictive modeling indicated by 2025, we should see a turnaround with all corrections in terms of the accounting errors that was experienced, but as well as improved collection to over 50%. So I'm on slide 12, if anybody's looking at the presentation. So I will go to the next slide and talk about the net debtors days. Merafong, on average, takes almost a year to see the collection of the debtors from any given time. And that is a very important benchmark to look at and how we improve the debtor days That has increased to the year 2024 to almost over 300 days to collect data. So an aggressive intervention around the collections is necessary. But I'm not going to spend too much time on the story known, but just pick on the key issues. On the creditor payment days, up to 2024, we have seen an increase in the creditors' days going right up to almost 700 plus days to pay creditors, which includes Eskom and Rainwater. So that's a few years that we're taking to deal with the creditors. It is a very threatening situation should litigation ensue in the municipality. It is likely that attachments and other threats will face the municipality. So we need to be improving on the creditors' payment days and negotiate payment levels. I'm on slide 70 on the service delivery infrastructure, the electricity losses. We notice that the total losses of Merafong has increased between 23 and 2024, and this is cause for concern, both technical and non-technical losses, to the tune almost by 12%. However, we know in comparison to other municipalities in the region, there's been greater increases, but Merafong by 12% an increase in the electricity losses, which is significant in the rand value, which is up to 223 million plus. Then in terms of the water losses, very important, these areas that we target impacts on the cash position of the municipality as well. Also, we see there's been a slight decrease by 2024 on the water losses. So some interventions seems to have been working. However, we know that by the time we look at the figures in the 2025 audit, we will see what progress has been made there. But that's quite significant that by 2024, we've seen some decrease in water losses in the rand value from 154 million to 150 million. Chair, I am not going to spend too much time on the story here. In terms of the service lines, we've spoken about it and indicated that the total revenue over time has increased, but the total expenditure has also increased. We've seen some deficits, but by the year 2024, 2025, the municipality has made a turnaround from the huge deficit in 2023, 2024 from a 1.4 billion. Now, that is attributable to the accounting system, that challenges were experienced in the audit situation. Hence, we also had a negative audit opinion, which the municipality has improved on. I will move then on and then talk to the graph, which I'm on my slide 26, which talks about the service lines on electricity service lines. And the municipal made huge deficits over the last 3 years in the year from 2021 up to 2024. It varies from 151 million to 102 million in terms of its deficits on the electricity service lines. So we speak generally about these service lines, and I will move on. Even the water service lines varied in terms of deficits between 28 million from 2021 up to 2024. We have seen significant deficits around 367 million in terms of the water service lines. Chair, I am going to conclude on the sanitation service. There were some accounting challenges we've noticed as well around 2023 audit, where there was a 987 million deficit. And I'm sure that these service lines on sanitation service, the losses have been taken care of going forward in 2024, 2025, where we've seen a turnaround in terms of those service lines. I will hand over to my colleague, Nelly Siwe, to then take us through the key findings of the study, while we pointed to some of the key cash flow challenges and what the study has looked into the assessment. But importantly is what is our strategy plan and support that we put in place. So over to you, Nelly Siwe, to take over. Thanks.
Kindly say the slides so that we can follow.
Morning, Chair, and all protocol observed. As Anthony indicated, my name is Nelly Siwe from Gauteng Cocta. I'm responsible for municipal finance support. Chair, I just wanted to highlight one of the key issues of highlighting the service lines and the deficit there is that generally electricity is supposed to make a profit for the municipality, but if it's functioning at a loss, it means that they don't really have money to assist the other service lines like your sanitation and water, which is very difficult to collect from. So it's an important one that we need to improve the collection for electricity. On the key findings, on the socio-economic impact on the municipal revenue, what we have slide. Okay, sorry, we are on slide number 28. There's a direct correlation to the municipal revenue relating to crime. By crime, we are mainly talking to vandalization of municipal infrastructure that is supposed to be utilized for revenue collection, such as meters and cables. There's a high unemployment rate, as we know, in Merafong, high poverty rate in Merafong, which is really socioeconomically affecting the revenue of the municipality. Some of the root causes identified, and this is in conjunction with engagement with the municipal officials, is the influx of illegal foreign nationals in the municipal jurisdiction, as well as poverty and unemployment as mentioned. And the proposed solution really is the effort that must be put in place, which should be involving both the municipality and the province and national departments. And by province and national, we're talking including SALGA as well, and including the MISA. Next slide. Slide 28 would be on collection rate. The municipality is unable to collect revenue, therefore cash is a problem in the municipality. I think the root causes, we know that the indigent management is a challenge because of high level of indigents, but not all of them registered formally with the municipality. So an understatement of a number of indigents that are actually utilizing the services free, but not coming forward to register. I think the realistic collection rates are not adequately considered in the revenue projections of the municipality, which is one of the things that are leading to the unfunded budget. And just a general poor revenue management in the municipal space, and the challenges are known really. The solution would be for the province to be involved in the municipality to assist with profiling the customers of the municipality. I think it's very clear who the businesses are in the municipality. It's very clear that the mines are owing municipalities, but in terms of residential debt, it's not always clear who can afford and cannot afford. So this kind of profiling will assist the municipality to identify, even in the former black townships, who is able to pay for services. There are petrol stations that might be able to also get away with not paying. There are other little businesses that might get away with not paying just because they are located in an area where if there's a drive to disconnect, then there's a pushback by communities, and then they benefit by not paying the municipality. So profiling and targeting these will be important with the support of the province. There is a process currently of reviewing the local government, the white paper on local government in terms of the financial part of it. So the review of equitable share in that way has commenced, and I think the municipality has been involved in making comments on that. I think the enforcement of collections would be an important one after profiling, and write-off is also another tool, because if you have a debtors book that is so large and yet you know that most of it is not performing and won't perform, sometimes overstating your debt is not necessarily a positive way of putting forward your finances, because it's a non-performing asset in reality. Bulk paid for but not collected. This speaks mainly to the losses that the municipality is making. The root causes would obviously be the vandalized infrastructure. The sinkholes are a problem in the municipal space, but also the non-payment. If someone is not paying, it's a loss. So you've paid for that water, but you don't actually collect for that water. You've paid for electricity, but you don't actually collect for it. So that is a big problem in the municipal space that needs to be addressed as well as really looking into how the municipality works much more closer with the communities, especially the indigents, to get a buy-in of, just because something is free doesn't mean it needs to be wasted. So some kind of real engagements, healthy engagements with communities on how to save on the municipal services. The next slide, please. On net debtors days, I think Anthony has highlighted this, that we have very high, actually it exceeds 1,000 days. And I think CFO can confirm this, and the head of revenue, that the municipal aging is sitting at in the municipality. The obvious one being the fact that the mines are not necessarily paying as they should be paying. And that goes back a few years now, about 10 years now, but also just the general communities just not paying on time. And then, yeah, I know the municipality there has been effort to engage on payment agreements, but the communities don't always stick to those payment agreements. But I think there's also a need for the province to assist, to come together with the municipality on some drive, really, to engage on the importance of payment, because it's directly linked to service delivery, so that communities understand this. On creditor payment days, also very high, outstanding debt to creditors by the municipality. It's been growing over the years as indicated in that graph. And I think it does obviously result in cash flow problems within the municipality. I think there is a need for the municipality to engage differently with all their creditors. So do not only ask Rand Water and Eskom for payment terms, but also all the creditors, sit them down and have payment agreements, so that, you know, it's more manageable. I think it's the reality of the municipality. It's not a nice thing to be having payment agreements with all your creditors, but it might be necessary in Merafong. The findings on distribution losses is attributable to the aged infrastructure, the areas that are unmetered, the theft and vandalism of the municipality. This is a known story. However, one of the solutions really is just for this initiative that has already started to look into how we can, together with the municipality as province, led by GIFA, to look into how we can find additional grants apart from the current grants, MIG, etc., to see if we can mobilize additional grants for the municipality for infrastructure, and utilizing also the obvious one of the sinkholes and getting more funding for that, but as well as additional other sources of funding that can be negotiated to assist the municipality to improve, especially in areas that are able to pay. I think it's good to have good infrastructure there that won't be vandalized as well. Similarly, on the electricity losses, I think the issue of the outages that really broke down municipal infrastructure, I know it is past us now or behind us, the problems, but it did affect the municipality significantly with breakages because of the unplanned outages, and the municipality obviously will struggle to recover from that. And ESCOM never really reimbursed municipalities for those failures and the breakdown of infrastructure because of those outages. And the biggest solution that we think should happen here is the fast tracking of those solar farms within the municipality, the green economy, Merafong being one of those municipalities, or in fact in Gauteng, the best municipality in terms of how they can convert the solar into electricity, just to push in that area and fast track that area of work so that it can benefit the municipality, so that if we ever have challenges with ESCOM, we know that the municipality has moved off the grid, or even if it's not entirely off the grid, but a high percentage of the municipal electricity is provided by the municipality, and it is an advantage that the municipality must utilize. Similarly with water distribution losses, it's the same kind of root causes as I've mentioned, so I will not reiterate it. But I think another big one that I did not mention is the issue of the lack of support by law enforcement for our municipalities. And Merafong, I think their challenges are even more bigger in terms of the crime around water and the loss that they make from the water due to the illegal mining situation. So the support by the law enforcement is really necessary, and province here is responsible for assisting in this regard. And I think what I also mentioned is the fact that we buy the water, but most of it is lost. The losses in Merafong, I think, are 50%. So while you've bought 100%, 50% of which of it is lost. It's not even consumed and not paid for, but it's completely just lost to the ground in most cases, or illegally taken. The municipal infrastructure theft and vandalism, I think it's a repeat of what we have said previously, but we just highlighted it as an issue that must be not forgotten, that there is a lot of not correct practices in the municipal space, and it really needs to be, the municipality needs to be supported on this, but also the municipality needs to also up their game in terms of safeguarding their infrastructure. Repairs and maintenance, yes, we may argue that the municipality's finances don't allow it to budget enough for repairs and maintenance, but we would argue differently, because I think this is an important issue. You can't always replace, you can maintain and you can repair as you go. And you can't, I think communities will understand, you can't have an asset that keeps performing and there's no shutdown. The only important thing is that you communicate when there's a shutdown for maintenance. But there is a sense sometimes in municipalities that if you shut down, communities will rise up. But it's an important thing to communicate, to say we are going to have a shutdown because of maintenance, but also you have to budget for repairs and maintenance in the municipality. It will stretch the time for the asset to be effective in its use. On the cost of administration, I think the cost of administration is high. I think the municipality might argue differently, but what's important about the cost of administration is that it must match what then the productivity levels are. So you can't cost the municipality a lot of money, but the turnaround in terms of productivity is not matching the number of people and the levels at which they are paid, then that is something that the municipality needs to look into and ensure that productivity is improved in the municipality. Other issues that the municipality could look at is shared services with the other surrounding local municipalities that could assist with saving on some of the administrative issues that they could do. For example, your municipal courts could be shared service, etc. And sometimes, this is also debatable, and National Treasury might come and challenge this, but sometimes cost of compliance can be very high. Municipalities, in an effort to comply with laws and regulations, sometimes bring in consultants to assist in this area, and that can be very costly to the municipality. And so this also needs to be looked at, as it must go also in tandem with the cost of employees' cost to what you bring in as consultants. The two must work together. You can't have a high cost of consultants and still have a high cost of cost to council by employees. So the two must match. It's good to be compliant and it's good to get a clean audit. But then most of it, if you are paying a lot of money to existing employees, then it means they should be able to do that work and bring in the clean audit with minimal, and I'm not saying not use, but with minimal use of consultants. But also it must show if there has been consultants. There must be improvement if the municipality has used consultants for purposes of compliance. We've also supported the municipalities on several initiatives. We've supported with large users, and this is where we realized that the issue of the mines needs to be attended to urgently, because a big amount, about 50% when we did the study, 50% of the municipal debt is sitting with the mines, and it needs to be resolved as soon as possible, because it means the municipality will always not be able to collect at the desired 90% rate or 85% rate set as a standard by National Treasury. And the province is still in the municipality assisting with OPGA, clean audit. The province is SALGA, COCTA, and Treasury, by the way, with National COCTA also involved, and National Treasury. And we're also doing the government debt. The municipality doesn't have a huge property of government, but those that are there, we push for Merafong to be paid consistently where the bill is correct. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD, are we fine?
Yeah, Chair, that was just the sort of independent assessment that we have done. Merafong is aware of it, and they have started to do some work on those, Chair. So their presentation would sort of give more insight into what the municipality are doing and what's the current status, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Honorable members, I'll just call number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that fashion. Number 1, number 2, member Solim Simang, number 1, Dijahar, number 2, Vasilungan, Ahmed Wek, number 3. And then Tate Ngubeni will be number 4. Who else? Okay. Who is that? Yeah, MPs, I'll come to you. Valapant. I'll come to you. Okay.
Thank you very much. The state of affairs is very dire here, and we should not even try to to sugarcoat it. If you're losing 50% of your water and you're losing electricity at a rate faster than you're able to then collect, the municipality is bankrupt. You're not going to be able to then do anything. Let's start right there. Fact of the matter is that this municipality doesn't have a proper maintenance plan or preventative maintenance plan. And if you don't have those, then it means that you are going to continue to have losses. Even when you do have write-offs, you're going to require write-offs time and time again because you're not addressing the core issue that is causing those things. This municipality is now sitting with 1.4 billion that is owed to rainwater. And if you're still losing 50%, it means that you're not billing 50%. Then it means that you are still going to then continue to then incur, and especially in areas that are supposed to be your high revenue areas where you're not able to then give those areas adequate amount of water so that you're able to then build those areas adequately. It means that even in areas that you do have potential of getting income from, you're not able to then get that income. So I would want to hear from the municipality what is the plan in terms of addressing that. So what I'm asking is what is the current plan in terms of the infrastructure maintenance and the infrastructure plan, and how much of the budget is actually going into that? That's number one. Number two, there's the issue, Chairperson, about the sanitation. If you look at slide 22, I think slide 22 speaks about the deficit that has actually ballooned. You moved from a positive or a surplus into a 987 million deficit in 1 year, according to the slide. That's impossible. Either somebody was doing Chinese accounting or something just came up that really, led to this huge amount. You can't move from a positive to a 987 million in 1 year. It's just not possible. And I would love to then find out what has actually then transpired in that, in terms of how did we move from that positive balance to a negative balance. Chair, there's an issue around the sinkholes. Challenge with the sinkholes is also due to lack of maintenance of the infrastructure that is existing. So if you have water that is leaking underground, it's actually contributing to the sinkholes in certain areas. Have the municipality done a study in terms of where the possible sinkholes are going? So what is the geo study telling us? Do we have areas where there would have been a study that has been conducted to know that these are areas that are most prone to sinkholes? What kind of maintenance is taking place in order to prevent water from, seeping into the ground and creating sinkholes? What is the turnaround of fixing sinkholes in the municipality? Because what you then see is that whenever there would be sinkholes that develop, and then you take too long to fix those, it creates other problems because water then seeps and seeps and seeps and then create an ongoing channel in terms of the sinkholes there. Then, Chair, I hear a very worrying thing here, that there is interference of councillors in terms of revenue collection. The MFMA is very clear, especially when you read Act 32, the Act 32 of 2000. It then says no councillor can actually interfere in the administrative running of a municipality, i.e., whenever the city manager is, running the duty of actually ensuring that there is collection of revenue. And this is something that is tantamount to an illegal activity that should have a councillor removed. So the question is, if that is the case and the municipality can prove its case around that, why hasn't anything been done? Because this is contributing to the municipality not being able to then deal with its mandate of providing services, ultimately also the collapse of the infrastructure. Also, Chair, we want to then find out what is the sustainability plan in terms of the finances. So what is the municipality going to then do in terms of ensuring that it moves from a negative base that it finds itself in into a positive base? And maybe a question that I would also want to then ask of COCTA is how did we even concur with a budget that is not properly funded? So that is one thing that I would want to then also ask from COGTA. How did we then get to a situation where we concurred that they can actually then pass a budget that is not funded and actually doesn't look like it's going to be funded going forward? Because if the challenges continue, then it means that they will be operating at a bigger deficit than what is actually then recorded here. Thank you. Shall leave it at that now.
Thank you very much, Member Msima.
Thank you, Chair.
Jahar.
I'm not gonna rehash.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Member Diaga. Chair, I don't know whether it would have made sense that we take the presentation from the municipality, then we can be able to ask both the department and municipality, because listening to what Member Msimang was saying, I think most of the questions are directed to the municipality, but and even my questions are mostly directed to the municipality, but they have not presented yet.
In fact, as Member Msimang was making his contribution, I realized that you can't say deal with this only. Issues are overlapping. So it will be better to do that. We acknowledge the comments made by Member Msimang. And if there's other issues, Member Msimang, that you want to bring after the presentation, but you are at liberty to do that. I think we should now go to item 6, municipal presentation. Executive Mayor, knowing me, I'm very bad with protocol, because I should have allowed you to welcome us. But in most cases, we start with you, we give you to talk to us, and I think in the process of doing that, you can do that. You can welcome us to give a preview of some kind, and then in any manner you want to make this presentation, it's upon you. You will just decide how you want to do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Chair, the members of the Portfolio Committee, national MPs, PMT members, Merafong City, members of the Mayoral Committee, and all the officials that are in this meeting. Chair, as this administration, when we came in 2021, this municipality was classified as dysfunctional municipality. And there was a decision that was taken by the executive in 2021, May, if I'm not mistaken, where this municipality was put under section 1395A. And I must indicate that after this administration came in, there were efforts that were put in order to turn things around. We agree with the members of the Portfolio Committee that things are not well in Merafong, but with the team that was appointed, and I must also indicate that this municipality is now having a municipal manager appointed, and the 7 members of the senior management. And I must also indicate that previously we only had 2 senior managers, and in other positions they were acting. So at least now there is stability, as much as there are a lot of challenges that we are currently dealing with. I want to indicate that from 2021-22 financial year, 2022-23, there was an improvement in terms of audit opinion, which the municipality moved from disclaimed audit opinion to qualification, with a percentage of 76 in terms of performance, in terms of service delivery. We are aware that is not enough for the community of Merafong. We are supposed to be at 100% in terms of performance, and with the team that is working tirelessly in making sure that this institution is functional and operates and give effective services to the community of Merafong. I also want to indicate that there was a financial recovery plan that was imposed by the National Treasury, and which we started implementing it from last year, July,
So the report that we are preparing, we are submitting them on a monthly basis to Treasury. And I must also indicate, Chair, that we received a positive feedback from Treasury. The report was based on the implementation of the implementation of the RFP from June last year to July, from July last year to June this year, of which out of the 80 findings that were imposed, we were able to resolve 44, of which others are still work in progress. And we are hopeful that during this financial year, we will be able to address all those findings so that we are out of the section 1395A. Chair, I must also indicate that we had a meeting with the COGTA. In fact, COGTA is continuously supporting the municipality. Our recent meeting where we engaged on the challenges that the municipality is faced with, we came out of that meeting having identified 10 points that the COGTA and the municipality will work on in making sure that we turn this municipality around. If I must also indicate, the focus points will be around your water security, your revenue generation and financial recovery, your building smart and sustainable economy, including investor engagements, improved communication and effective stakeholder engagement, management of sinkholes, bylaw enforcement and public safety, improve human resources, and finalize the organizational structure of the municipality. Sustained and improved audit outcome in the next audit cycle, smart metering, improve and strengthen intergovernmental relations, including financial matters. Those are the key points that the COGTA and municipality agreed that they must help the municipality in making sure that there are changes. There are also engagements, Chair, with your rainwater and ESCOM, but the presentation that will be done by municipal manager will be in detail in addressing and the issues that were raised even in the COGTA report and the issues that were raised by the member of the portfolio committee. So if you allow me, I will hand over to the municipal manager to take us through the detailed report that the municipality has prepared for this meeting. Mr. Mambuza.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet yourself and let me greet members, honorable members of the portfolio committee. Let me also greet the executive mayor of Merafong, the deputy executive mayor, the honorable speaker and members of the mayoral committee, HOD COGTA and the team, and colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair, to make this presentation. Leslie. Chair, we have circulated the presentation, and let me first establish if honorable members have received it, because I will be making reference to certain pages and certain annexures that support the presentation so that this guy is leaving. No, thank you very much, Chair. May I proceed, Chair? Thank you very much. So we have prepared this presentation and it addresses the matters as raised by the committee However, we've added other matters that we think are important for the committee to take note of, and I'm happy that some of them actually came from the comments that were made by the honorable member. But that's basically the structure. But just high level, as at the 30th of June, that's the operating revenue, the original budget and the year to date. And that's the variance of 85% as at the end of June, so which is the 24-25 financial year. The operating expenditure, essentially meaning that what council had approved, about 96% of that was actually spent as approved by council. I must also indicate, Chair, that in terms of performance on your conditional grants, capital conditional grants, we've seen a significant improvement from the 23-24 financial year, and you can see that those particular grants, grant spending as at the 30th of June was sitting at 97%. I must also indicate, Chair, as the executive mayor would have indicated that the municipality had an adverse audit opinion in 21, 22, a disclaimed audit opinion. So actually in 20, 21, and 21, 22, it was a disclaimed, and 22, 23, it was a disclaimed. I must indicate that there was an improvement in the 23-24 financial year from a disclaimer to a qualified audit opinion, and that you'll find the evidence in Annexure A of this presentation. One of the things that council took a resolution, Chair, that in order to further improve on the audit opinion, it will be important to do interim financial statements, which we must indicate that those were done. The 11 months interim financial statements, we actually requested AG to come in a bit earlier, and that you'll find in Annexure A of the report. So if you look at the email, Chair, you'll see there's a link at the bottom that will basically have the evidence, the annexures. I must also indicate, Chair, that the municipality, through its improvement, got a SALGA award on effectively addressing prior year audit findings, and that will refer to Annexure XX of this presentation or the report. And I'm raising this, Chair, because part of what we had to deal with are issues that dated as far back as 2012 and 2013 in terms of correcting some of these prior year challenges. There's some improvement in terms of the reduction of our fleet cost, a reduction in 24-25 by 52%. I must also indicate that the tariffs for the approved 25-26 gazette have been gazetted, approved and gazetted, and that you'll find in Annexure F of this presentation of the report. There are some pockets of success areas. I must indicate that the municipality had a loan with Nedbank, and that has been fully paid. And all financial related policies have been reviewed and approved by council, and that you'll find in those annexures. There are about 200 domestic electricity meters that have been replaced with smart meters. I must indicate, Chair, the total number of water and electricity meters required for the entire municipal area for both our customers, all our customers, domestic, farms, businesses, and so forth. For water alone is about 39,000, and for electricity another 39,000. So the 200 really, honorable members and honorable Chair, is a drop in an ocean. And I think it talks to what the HOD was talking about, that the elephant in the room is the fact that services are being provided to customers and we're unable to actually bill those particular customers correctly. And we're unable to actually manage at this point in time the amount of energy and water that actually goes to our customers. And we must say that that is the challenge. We have received Chair support from Co-operative in terms of automated meter readings, the 385 of our LPUs that Co-operative has assisted us with. And I must also indicate that the municipality said in a 3-day strategic session where we looked into revenue enhancement, and there is a draft strategy, and you'll find that in Annexure B of this presentation. Of course, the elephant in the room, in fact, 2 elephants in the room, Eskom and Rainwater, but I will talk to the proposed interventions at a later stage, which are finding traction in both Rainwater and Eskom. Merafong procures water from Rainwater, as we all know, and we supply and distribute that water to all our customers, households, businesses, and others. The current debt to Eskom, as you've clearly indicated, Honorable Chair, it's sitting at about 1.4 billion. And the average collection rate is just over 50%. And we all know the national norm is 95%. So we 40% below the national norm, which is clearly a serious challenge. Of course, distribution losses, high distribution losses. And I must indicate here, Chair, the main causes of our distribution losses is really the infrastructure that is almost non-existent. Water infrastructure, as well as our sewer and electricity infrastructure. But for sewer infrastructure, what is the biggest problem is theft and vandalism of that infrastructure in our space. Over time, due to systemic financial constraints, low collection levels, and escalating bulk water tariffs, the municipality has fallen into arrears with Rainwater. And the interventions, I think we will talk to them at a later stage. As I move to the next slide. The biggest challenge is really for us that causes the low revenue collection rate, which undermines the ability of the municipality to service its creditors, is funding for infrastructure maintenance and both operations. While structural factors such as high levels of indigence meter tampering and outdated and non-compliant meter infrastructure that has eroded the integrity of the revenue base of the municipality. And based on the performance of various wards on the billing versus collection comparison, it is very clear, with more encouragement and education on the importance of paying for services from responsible councillors, that low-paying wards can be turned around. I am going to reflect, Chair, on a slide that will actually talk to all the different wards, and we'll be able to see performance in terms of revenue performance per ward. These financial and operational constraints have in turn affected the municipality's ability to provide reliable basic services on infrastructure improvement, and further entrenching consumer resistance on paying and eroding public confidence in the institution. There are some strategies, Chair, that we'll be referring to, and one of which is the financial recovery plan, and I think the executive mayor has alluded to that, as well as the smart meters. So for both water and electricity meters, the municipality requires in the region of about 300 million rand in terms of capital investment in order to be able to ensure that each and every customer that is in the valuation role actually has a meter in their properties. The high levels of broken meters that have not been replaced for many, many years, and that basically dents the collection rate of the municipality. I must also indicate, Chair, on the financial recovery plan, I know that the executive mayor has spoken to it, that when the FRP was approved by council in 2024, in June 2024, there were 80 findings. Of those 80 findings, in the latest report of May 2025, we had addressed 44 of them, fully addressed. And as at May 2025, 24 of them were in progress, and 12 of them had not been started with. I must indicate that in the July 2025 report, all the 12 that were sitting in that category of not being dealt with have now moved into in progress, all of them. Of course, we are still awaiting the assessment report from GPT, which we present every second month, or every 7th of every month. As I move to the next slide, Chair, and that really depicts the state of affairs as at the 30th of June in terms of collection rate. And quite clearly, this is a dire situation that needs to be turned around, and part of what, it's a plethora of interventions, but the very first important one is the one that we've agreed with the COGTA in the province, that we need to focus on ensuring that we have smart meters for every property that we have within the municipality. So you can see in the slide, Honorable Chair, we built 1.6 billion, collected is about half of that. And that really tells a story that we really need to improve on smart meters. But I must also indicate, Honorable Chair, that we look at this picture that is a bit gloomy from the previous slide of 52% collection rate. But this municipality, as we see it today, is owed 6.8 billion. And half of that 6.8 billion is attributed to the mines. And part of that is a protracted case that has been going on since 2014. So essentially, we're saying that we owe both rainwater and ESCOM 2.8 billion, 3 billion rands. But 6.8 billion is being owed to the municipality. And half of that is sitting with the mines. And it's a matter that has been going on since 2014. One of the appeals that we have made when we had an engagement with COGTA is the speedy finalization of the Valuation Appeals Board matter. Because if that matter is concluded speedily, it therefore allows the municipality to be able to collect part of the money that is owed to this municipality by the mines. So we've got that dire situation, but you also have that as an immediate opportunity. The reality is that, Honorable Chair, we may not be able to get the entire 6 billion rands, and I think my colleague from COGTA has indicated that. But the reality is that there is a possibility for us, if the VAB matter is concluded, which is completely outside of the municipality's terrain, that a significant portion of that could easily be be achieved. We have even proposed, Honorable Chair, that the matter perhaps needs to be settled out of court, because we are cognizant of the reality that even if the municipality wins the matter at the VAB level, there is a very chance that the mines may want to take the matter to the High Court, to the Supreme Court of Appeals, up to the Apex Court. And what worries some of us is that there is some legal jurisprudence that has been developed in a matter between one municipality and one property owner in another province that may really create a bit of an issue. So we have even proposed an out-of-court settlement with the mines, because what is currently happening is that the mines have decided that they pay what they think they should be paying to the municipality, which is contrary to the valuation role that would have been approved by the municipality, as opposed to that, then they take 50% of that and put it in a trust fund, which really cripples the municipality, and it's been crippling this municipality for many, many years. You can see the average collection rate, the average billing rate of 134 a month, and out of that, we only collect about half of that, about 65 million rands. The average rent value collection currently cannot cover the municipality's operational expenses, which is about 156 million per month, assuming ESCOM and rainwater are serviced monthly and are serviced fully. And therefore, the approximate deficit for every single month, it's about 72 million rands. Of course, the current ratio, and I think the presentation has been made by COGTA, which is the current ratio is used to measure the organization's liquidity, that is, its ability to meet its current creditors with available cash resources. And of course, that paints a a very dire situation, that the acceptable norm is between 1.5 to about 2, and we're currently sitting at 0.3. So you can see the difference there. This means that the municipality is really unable to cover its current liabilities with its current assets, leading to reliance on short-term interventions that, of course, are not sustainable. We've made a payment of about 138 million to Rand Water in the 24-25 financial year, which is lower than the invoice levied. However, it is prudent to reflect the honest efforts the municipality is making towards paying Rand Water. And a further 50 million, Honorable Chair, you have raised that, was paid to Rand Water in terms of the debt settlement agreement, in fact, in terms of the agreement that we've reached with the Minister of Treasury. And the major contributions are non-revenue, recovery of revenue due to technical and non-technical losses as such. In terms of water losses, both technical and non-technical losses, we purchase water of about 139.2 or 0.3 million, and we lose about 9.9, about 10 million kiloliters. And that is attributed to a number of things, technical and non-technical. So in this slide, what we are doing is we are depicting the actual picture of the rands and cents and the kiloliters. The units purchased from Rand Water is 24 million. The sales by the municipality is 14 million. The water purchases is 388 million, what we purchase from Rand Water, but what we sell is about 100 million short of what we actually bought from Rand Water. And the interventions really is resolving the issue of meters, resolving the issue of infrastructure into all our customers. The turnaround strategy to refurbish bulk infrastructure, water and electricity meters, is to ensure that we can protect revenue by instilling prepaid meters by entering into private funding partnerships, which includes the renegotiation, which we've already started with Rand Water. We've started a renegotiation process in terms of the DSA, the debt settlement agreement. Must indicate, Honorable Chair, that in the meeting that was held between Rand Water and the municipality in September last year, there was an agreement to explore what is called a special purpose vehicle. And that special purpose vehicle is looked into in terms of ring fencing the water business and partnering with Rand Water in terms of managing and running the water business of the municipality. Subsequent to that, I must indicate that the municipality took a report to council. It was approved by council. And because there is a contemplation in that resolution and the agreement with the Rand Water, that we contemplate the possibility of what is called an external mechanism of the provision of the service. It therefore triggers Section 77, 78, and 79 of the Systems Act. So currently we are busy with the Section 78 assessment with Rand Water. And when that has been concluded, we will then look at the form and shape of this envisaged SPV. I must indicate that perhaps there would be a question that arises, where in the legislation does an SPV arise, either in the MFMA or the Systems Act? I think it is contemplated either in the MFMA in terms of PPP or any form of partnering, but that will be determined by the report of the Section 78 assessment. So at this point in time, we are not too sure what is the form and shape of that SPV, what shape and form it is going to take. We are awaiting that Section 78 assessment process. I think I've really touched on the issue of meters. I've really touched on the issue of, I may not have touched in terms of building capacity to store more water, because one of the challenges the municipality has is that the municipality doesn't have enough storage capacity in terms of reservoirs. So that's what we are indicating in that second bullet. And I think I've raised issues in terms of the financial recovery plan. There are other strategies in terms of ensuring that billing is accurate, improving credit control, and implementing customer-focused payment arrangements, stabilization of our liquidity by prioritizing cash flow management, limiting non-essential spending, and negotiating structured repayment plans with creditors. I've indicated, Honorable Chair, that we've started that with Rainwater in terms of the DSA, the debt settlement agreement, the review of the debt settlement agreement. I've spoken to cost containment and other financial recovery measures. So this is the slide, Honorable Chair. So this slide, Honorable Chair, basically says to us, there are certain areas and wards where we need to pay more attention to, and we need to put more effort. So as we work closely with COCTA on the meters, so you can see that there will be concerted effort in the wards that are paying below 95%, because that's the norm. So Ward 1, Ward 10, Ward 11, all of those particular wards, you can see that from Ward 2 going down, you can see that we need to pay more attention there. So as we start to roll out these meters, as we start to refurbish this infrastructure, these are the areas where we need to pay more attention. As I move to the next slide, you can see in that particular slide, only actually one ward, Ward 28, actually has a payment rate that is acceptable. So you can see that there needs to be concerted effort into particular areas of our municipality as we roll out the meters, refurbishment of infrastructure, and all of that. Of course, the tampering, I've spoken to that earlier, especially illegal electricity connections, theft and vandalism of our infrastructure, especially by the Zamazamas. Those are areas that we need to pay more attention to. I'm going to move very quickly on to some of these slides. I'm on slide 22. As I've indicated, Honorable Chair, right at the bottom, the ongoing disputes with the mines hinders really the collection rate of the municipality. And we have appealed to COCTA that this particular process needs to be finalized as soon as possible. Broken meters, and I think I've spoken to some of that. Of course, this is the elephant in the room. It's public information. We currently have a debt to Rainwater of about 1.4 and a debt to Eskom of about 1.4. And I will come closer to the Eskom issues as well. Some of the challenges, Chair, the municipality was placed under 139(5)(a) of the Constitution. The collection rate of about roughly or just over 50%. The meter tampers, high theft and vandalism, which I've spoken to. And the fact that, as you've indicated, Chair, Rainwater has reduced water by 20%. So what we are doing with the 80% is we're rationing and ensuring that all our customers and all our citizens have water. There was an attempt by Rainwater to further reduce by another 20%. We've somehow agreed that Rainwater will not continue with that particular process. The municipality urgently outsourced water tankers where we had challenges, where Rainwater would have closed some water for us, and that has caused implications. And in fact, it has two overarching implications. One, from a cost point of view, but secondly, the fact that immediately becomes non-revenue water, that 5 million at the bottom. The review of the Rainwater Debt Settlement Agreement, you'll find that an extra review of this presentation. And as I've indicated, we are discussing with Rainwater to look into how we can rework that debt settlement agreement, because it is not affordable to the municipality, and I think that has found expression in Rainwater as well. The municipality is also unable to keep up with the invoices from Rainwater, and also noting that Eskom also bills us between 30 and 40 per month, and depending on the seasons within a month. That actually contributes to that 76 million deficit per month as such. I think I've spoken enough about rainwater and the challenges and the interventions and the financial recovery plan. I think, Honorable Chair, this slide, I think I can quickly jump. Let me go to the second bullet, Honorable Chair, in this slide 29. The municipality has been approached by ESCOM. And I must indicate that the municipality is part of the ESCOM debt relief program, Circular 124. Now, the municipality has been approached by ESCOM, and ESCOM says to the municipality, the overarching challenges of this municipality and many other municipalities in the country is that part of the conditions of the debt relief program is that you need to honor your current account. But we can see that there are systemic issues and challenges within these municipalities, including Merafong. So this is what we want to explore with Merafong. And ESCOM calls it a distribution agency agreement. So this distribution agency agreement has got a basket of services that ESCOM will be bringing to the municipality, and that at a later stage will find the annexure that talks to that. So the municipality immediately took this matter to council, and council agreed that let council explore the distribution agency agreement with ESCOM. Notwithstanding, Honorable Chair, that there needs to be a process that is managed between the municipality, provincial COGTA, GPT, as well as National Treasury. Because National Treasury informed and advised municipalities that before you attempt to sign any distribution agency agreement, there needs to be a consultation with National Treasury. So we're in that stage where there is a council resolution, where there's we're starting the process of consulting with with the National Treasury on the possible signing of the distribution agency agreement with ESCOM. One of the things that it attempts to prevent, Honorable Chair, that ESCOM begins to attach the account of the municipality and ESCOM goes to court. So we've attempted to avert that through this particular discussion, and council has approved it, and we're going into negotiations, discussions with the, with National Treasury. I must also indicate, Honorable Chair, that the overarching challenges of the municipality in terms of water and electricity, council considered in its sitting an intervention that is called the off-balance sheet consideration intervention that seeks to look into 3 areas. 1, possible private sector funding for water and electricity meters. Secondly, private sector funding for water and electricity infrastructure refurbishment and installation, especially for your new urban nodes, and possible private sector funding for settling the rainwater and ESCOM debt. We have agreed with COGTA that we are going to have a session after the council, the resolution has been taken by council, that we are going to have a session where we are actually advised on the best way or model to actually ensure that there's compliance, because it envisages a long-term kind of contract. If you look at the amount of infrastructure that is required, just for the meters alone is 300 billion. For infrastructure alone, I'm sure it will run into a couple of billions to refurbish and install new infrastructure. And if you look at the current debt to rainwater and ESCOM, is 1.4 billion each, so that's another 3 billion. So of course, but this is looked into in terms of off-balance sheet financing model. So we're looking at blended financing instruments, basically, in terms of this particular particular intervention. I must move into the next slide. Honorable Chair, with your permission, may I request the Executive Manager? Yeah, let me continue, Chair. I'm told he went out. Let me just continue. I think there's an area around energy that the committee would like to find more information on. So let me just indicate the capacity of the municipality, the network capacity, about 67.5 kVAs, and that's and the demand is about 1.1 kilowatts. And I've reflected on the DAA conversation, which that you will find in Annex L3 of the presentation. And ESCOM also presented the context of the DAA that you will find in Annex L6, as I've indicated earlier. And the status quo report, which is the report that we did in terms of the as-is business of the energy business, and that you'll find in the annexes L5 and L4. We also have a draft master plan, because part of the problem, Honorable Chair must indicate, in water, in electricity and sewer, is that this municipality does not have as-built. So nobody has information that basically points to what is the infrastructure layout of Carltonville. That does not exist. So literally what we have to do, we have to take one step back and actually start from scratch and develop as-built. That's how unfortunate the situation has been. So if you were to ask me now, what is the infrastructure, electricity infrastructure for Forfeit, I would not be able to present that to you because it does not exist. So literally everything has to start from scratch. So we've done master plans, and there are a couple of them, energy, water, sewer, and so forth, and we've annexed them in the report, in the presentation. And I must also talk to the Vision 2035, which the energy, so the municipality took a decision to approve what is called reimagining Merafong Vision 2035. And that vision basically has 6 pillars, and pillar number 1 is renewable energy. And so these are some of the opportunities I will talk about a bit later, which basically points, Honorable Chair, that despite all the challenges that the municipality is encountering, there are significant opportunities that are coming to this municipality. There's investment of about 9 solar PV farms, and Honorable Chair, I know that you were, at some point, you were very, very passionate about this, that are coming to the space, 2 of which are funded by GIFA, and the 7 are still coming. There are 2 battery storage facilities by a company called Mulilo that are coming to Merafong, confirmed, appointed by the National Department of Energy and Electricity, of 77 megawatts each, that are coming confirmed to this municipality. So what it essentially says is that invariably, Merafong is the future of renewable energy in the province. By no, it essentially says that any opportunity on renewable energy investment is coming to this space, despite all the challenges and the house that we need to fix and all these other matters that we need to fix. So in that slide, I was just depicting just high level, and you will see the annexes are there, and I'm sure. Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair. How much time do I have, Chair? Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'll try to move as quickly as possible. But in that slide, we're really indicating the opportunities that are coming to the space. And that slide basically depicts the very first bullet in the previous slide in terms of the deficit, in terms of our capacity and demand. As I move to the next slide, the DAA process, I think I've touched on that and where we are in terms of that particular process. the engagement with National Treasury. I beg your pardon, Chair? No, Chair, I can't do that. No, Chair, I can't do that. Thank you very much. The draft energy master plan, and I think I've reflected on all the master plans, the 4 of them. So you'll find them that they are there, Chair, as I move very quickly. And I've spoken to Pillar 1 of Vision 2035, and the GIFA-funded solar PV farms, the network challenges, and I will try to get to. This is basically a snapshot, Chair, of the capacity, the status, and the key risks in each and every one of our substations, and how much capacity it has, and the status of each. And so for that actually led to the Verfertine issue. That's what we're trying to address here. And this is basically what happened just in that slide 41, just for yourself and the members, the honorable members. That's what happened. The transformer failed on that day, extended outage. Immediate focus was that. The load reduction and operating designs, the outages per day, as I move very quickly in those slides. So that depicts really the outages per day, the total number of outages per area from the 1st of July to the 7th of August, which is literally a week or 2 ago. So we're depicting all of that and essentially the causes of that. ESCOM versus your check meters, your key findings. We're depicting that in slide 45. The billing variance by site in our distribution sites. So we're indicating that. And the financial snapshot, basically indicative. And we're depicting that in the slide 47. And the recommendations for the next 90 days in order to ensure that what we've experienced, Honorable Chair, in Verfertine, we tried to ensure that we actually don't experience that going forward. And as I close, the next steps in terms of energy, and that is what you find. I've spoken to the battery storage facilities. This company was appointed by the National Department of Electricity and Energy. They're building 5 battery storage facilities, 2 of which are in Merafong. So that tells you the opportunity here in Merafong as the future of renewable energy in the province. Network constraints and reliability, we're indicating that in slide 51. Revenue and metering and smart meter rollout, we've indicated that particular process that we've started with COCTA, the key risks and dependencies, we've indicating that. I'll just run very quickly until I get to slide 55. Those are the interventions, but I've spoken to all of them. Because without master planning, you really would not be able to do proper maintenance, operations and maintenance of your infrastructure, because you're basically fighting fires every single day. So that's why we're actually developing those particular master plans. I must indicate, Chair, that we are getting support from MISA in terms of the development of what is called the capital expenditure framework. So it's the collation of all your master plans and actually giving a capital expenditure framework. And beyond that, we actually plan to develop a long-term infrastructure investment plans. But you'll find all of that in the presentation, Chair. So we've annexed, so you can basically go through. So, of course, there are issues around sinkholes. I'm not going to read through, the educated part of it, but this is a slide that was raised emphatically by the committee. What really causes, what is really at the center of this is our infrastructure, all dilapidated infrastructure, and that is not suitable for the area, and that you'll find in the second paragraph of the presentation. These are our active sinkholes. These are all the sinkholes that are currently active in Merafong. There are about 17 of them, and the municipality, of course, does not have the necessary resources. I must indicate these are some of the pictures that talk to the dire situation in our area. And the previous request for interventions in Merafong, we're going as far back a couple of years, looking at what would have been planned as interventions and what would have happened. And it basically led us to this. I'm just going to run through these are some of the projects in terms of sinkhole rehabilitation that would have been done. It leads us to this slide, Chair, that we were then requested by National Department of Co-operative to actually put together a comprehensive business plan for sinkholes. So that business plan is attached here in the, and I will talk to it a little later, but it talks to three essential issues. One, it says there are current sinkholes, the 17 of them, they must be rehabilitated. Secondly, it talks to an area within Kutsong that actually needs to be relocated completely. And not only relocation, but replacement of some of the infrastructure. And thirdly, it talks to the relocation plan in Kutsong South Extension 8. So it talks to those three components, and that particular business plan is attached here in Honorable Chair. There are weekly coordination sessions coordinated by COGTA, and I've spoken to the new development, the new urban node, Kutsong South Extension 8 for relocation purposes. And some of the interventions in 23-24 financial year and 24-25 financial year, some of the success areas, some of the challenges. We're depicting that in slide 79. Proposed interventions in slide 80. Just quickly go to the other aspect, which is how we actually do waste collection. And this slide basically talks to that, but what is of critical importance, Chair, in this particular slide is that there's a program that is run by the Executive Mayor religiously every week. It's called Pushy Service Delivery. And I think we've attached some evidence and some information into this presentation slide so you can see some of the work that is being done, especially dealing with illegal dumping sites and all of that. This also talks to infrastructure that we need or resources that we need to purchase more bins, the strategy that we have for informal settlements, and that you'll find in that annexure. And the two sites, the transfer sites, they've been non-functional for quite some time, but I must indicate, Chair, that in 2026, both of them they will be operational, Carltonville as well as Forshville. Proposed interventions, the Integrated Waste Management Plan, I must indicate that we're also getting support from MISA that you'll find in that annexure J3 and all other supports that we are getting. We've also, in the 25-26 financial year budget and IDP approved by Council and SDBIP, we've put a project that is funded through MIG of a buyback center in Kokosi to encourage our communities and create job opportunities for our communities to participate in the space. I'm going to run very quickly in terms of issues around water and sanitation. I'm just going to touch on just the critical areas. We've seen improvement in terms of our latest report, which you can find in J5C of our presentation, some improvement in terms of water quality standards, especially for sanitation. And that, Chair, comes from the fact that 3 of our wastewater treatment works have been dysfunctional for a very long time. Wedela is completely not functional because it was completely stripped off by Zamazamas. We have Kutsong and Verferdien that are partially functional as we speak, and these results that I'm referring to in this slide speaks to that. In fact, we had AG visiting us, I think a week or 2 ago, and looking into how we should deal with the material irregularities. The plans that we've put in 24-25 financial year, all of them we've implemented because we want to deal with the 2 MIs from AG, but also the criminal case that was opened by DWS. So these are the MIs that I'm referring to in Kutsong and Verferdien. So these are some of the interventions that we've put in there, and we're actually ensuring that, that we're implementing all of them. Around infrastructure rollout, I've spoken to the master plans. In 23-24 financial year, our grant spending was sitting at 78%. The unaudited 24-25 was sitting at 97%. So you can see that there's a lot of improvement there. Around economic development, the reimagining Merafong. Chair, in your preface, you spoke about CBD DK. There is a program that we are participating in terms of CBD revitalization. Actually, CBD revitalization was one of the pillars of the Vision 2035 as such. So there's a program that we're getting support on revitalization of our 2 CBDs, Falkville as well as Carltonville. I'm going to move very quickly, Chair, in terms of also implementation of our GIS, Geographic Information System, that it just did not exist at all. We had to literally start from scratch. 23-24, the Municipal Spatial Development Framework Review, we got support there from the National Department of Agriculture and Land Reform, the solar cluster, and I've spoken to a number of projects that are coming, the West Rand SEZ, as well as construction of houses in the new urban node, Elijah Bahai, which is continuing. I must also indicate that is the support we're getting on CBD revitalization from SALGA is annexed here. The development of the West Rand Green Book, we're getting support from CSIR, and the development of the standard bylaws on township economies. This has already been actually approved by council. You'll find that in Annex II of this presentation. There are some challenges, we've spoken to them. In terms of communication, I think is another area, Chair, that was raised. We have a lead team, we have a marketing manager, and the municipality has appointed a council spokesperson who just started recently, and the municipality has access, website and other what you call social media platforms in order for us to disseminate information as such. I must also indicate, Chair, also getting support from COCTA in terms of compilation of our annual performance report, and we must actually thank COCTA because part of the improvement in the 23-24 was attributed to how we actually dealt with the annual performance report. And we are happy that this intervention is still here, so we're hoping for more improvement in the 24-25 audit process. Those are some of the success areas, the adoption of the Code of Ethical Leadership, all of these approved by council, but the evidence is there in those particular annexes. I must also indicate, Chair, that council meetings are sitting regularly in terms of governance and institutional development. We have 55 councillors, we have the mayoral committee that sits, WIPARI sits, Section 80 committees sit, the administration. I think at this point in time, all executive managers have been appointed. 80% of the managerial positions have been filled. MPEC, I must indicate, Chair, that you will see it in the next report, that MPEC is sitting and MPEC is dealing with UIF and WU matters. The risk committees and other audit committees are fully functional. Your ICT Scale Steering Committee, your LLF and training committees are also functional. So from a governance and institutional point of view, I think we've put a bit of effort there. So some of this evidence you can find in those annexes, Chairperson. Success areas, social infrastructure, the projects that we're implementing in terms of social infrastructure. We're just sharing that information so that yourself, Chair, and the members can be well abreast. In terms of public safety, the 2 centers are fully operational in Carltonville and Falkville, and the business units are fully functional, traffic and licensing, security and bylaw enforcement. We've created a unit for bylaw enforcement, which has a manager in that particular position. Motor licensing and issuing of licenses and drivers, that is happening. And then there are operations, of course, in terms of your roadblocks, bylaws, collection of revenue, illegal dumping, and all of that is continuing from time to time. The installation of your queuing system, the K53s, the vehicle testing, the MOU between province, and I think it's not only Merafong, it's all municipalities that are complaining about the 80-20 split in terms of revenue, but I think it's a matter that is being handled at the provincial level. I've spoken to that 80-20. And then as I conclude, Chair, so this is my conclusion very quickly. So the committee wants to know what is the progress regarding the NCOP report, NCOP visit. I will just quickly slide out, but that information is in the annexures, so the reports are there. I'm going to refer to them. So the report of the NCOP was submitted to the NCOP on the 29th of April 2025. The report includes all the 5 areas that the NCOP raised. The first one was the alleged irregular appointment of a company called JMS and questionable payments for work not done. And secondly is the Mfuyi Holdings questionable appointment to provide services. The third one is the reckless appointment of staff and duplication of designations. The fourth one was the municipal manager guided by a bouncer. And the fifth one was the appointment of dubious and questionable senior managers. And I must indicate, Chair, that we had a follow-up meeting with the Select Committee on Petitions in June. And the report was presented to the Select Committee on Petitions on the 31st of July 2025. The reports that I'm referring to, Chair, have been attached here in for the committee. So just very quickly, Chair, with your permission, just to quickly just summarize those particular reports. But they have been submitted, they're part of the annexures that are in there. Just want to quickly.
Thank you very much. It was a long report. You should be tired where you are. But nevertheless, we shall proceed. I'll start with you. It's not done. No, I don't want annexures. Annexures will read all by ourselves. Annexures on the report of NCOP progress. Thank you. Take us through.
Oh, my apologies, Chair. Oh, my apologies, Chair. Let me just quickly, I thought the Chair, this thing, Trying to flag it, Chair. My sincere apologies. Why is it not? Is it not? And I said to Leslie, it's not. Yeah, Chair, my sincere apologies.
Yeah, your PA can look for it in the meantime whilst we're proceeding.
Yes.
If you find it, then we'll deal with it as a last issue. But if there's a question, then you can talk to it. We start with Member Msimang, Tigacher, my friend there. Oh, Baba. Ngingakuboni. Uzawungena ngithi na ubaba. And then Member Ngubeni and my friend there will be the last in that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I state that my questions that I asked earlier on still remain unanswered. And we would love to get those answered. But in addition now, I would like through you, Chair, to ask the HOD to provide us the the financial recovery plan has been given to the municipality and the report thereof. And given the fact that this municipality was put under 139, I would also like to ask for an update in terms of what were the terms of reference and what is then the update in terms of the progress that has been made, if that can be submitted to the portfolio. Chair, I also want to say to the municipal manager that it's not possible that you're collecting 51%, because you're only collecting 51% of what you're billing. You're not collecting 51% of what you actually get billed from ESCOM or from rainwater. Therefore, I can tell you now that you're collecting less than 30%. And this is why I was saying, Chairperson, that you are sitting with a huge problem. Rainwater says we're giving you so much water, you owe us that much, but the municipality is only billing so much, and they're only collecting 50% or 51% of it. That means that there is a deficit of about 50% that you're not collecting, and you will not be able to then collect, yet you are being billed for it. So that is still a matter of concern. And it all comes to its head, Chairperson, when we are now being told that nobody knows what the infrastructure looks like. It's not my words, it's the MM's own words. They don't know what. So if you don't know what the infrastructure looks like, then how do you know what you need to fix? How do you know which pipes needs to be replaced, the age of those pipes, when are you fixing them, when some of them have reached their lifespan? And now we hear that there's 100% in terms of the infrastructure grant that has been spent. What are the people's feeling about the infrastructure plan or the expenditure thereof? So are the people feeling that 100% expenditure that you're talking to? Or the people see that money is being spent, but then the impact of it on the ground is not felt? That is a concern, Chairperson, that will now need to then be answered. Then the MM also speaks to and tells us that there is a reduction in terms of the fleet management expenditure. So there's a 56% fuel cost reduction. So my question there is, are we traveling less, or there was corruption in terms of the fuel that has been used? We found the corruption, we're dealing with the corruption, and if that is the case, I would like to then know, how are we dealing with the corruption? Are people arrested? Is somebody sitting in jail for wasting municipal resources that are so much needed at this point in time? Then, Chairperson, what does it mean when you're talking about the private sector funding for water and electricity? So this municipality cannot be funded now anyway. Nobody will give this municipality money. Then we're trying to now go and find a way of bringing in another entity. This is what has led Joburg to the mess that it finds itself in. Joburg is not able to collect revenue. Joburg is not able to then do things on its own. It creates a parallel structure from the municipality. This is why you have JRA, you have Josh Co, you have all these entities that are created as side things, but it hasn't really resolved. It has actually made situations worse because these people account to themselves. They account to themselves on the side, and then they collect revenue, they collect actually subsidies even from the municipalities, but ultimately they haven't done anything for the municipality. And this is what you're asking that this municipality must now consider. I tell you, sir, that is not something that should be looked at. I think this will be a complete failure. What you need to do is to then look at your own infrastructure, have money, budget for your own infrastructure. So they say, if you want to, don't tell me what your priorities are, show me your budget, then I'll tell you what your priorities are. So I want to say to you, tell me, what have you put in terms of your infrastructure budget? What you have put in terms of fixing the infrastructure that is in existence. Then I can tell you if you are on the right track or you're on the wrong track. At this point in time, I don't have the confidence that you're on the right track. And I don't know if Treasury will even approve that. If you cannot even collect revenue, how does Treasury allow you to go and get somebody else to then get more loans, which means that you're going to burden the residents at the end of the day, and the municipality is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Then, the last thing, Chair, is, now I've mentioned the reports, Chair, that I would want, and I'm making this a formal proposal, that the committee be furnished with the terms or with the financial recovery plan of the municipality. 1, 2, the report thereof in terms of the progress that has been made. But 3, the terms of reference of the 139A or 5A that has been put to the municipality, and the report in terms of where we are in terms of dealing with the challenges that are coming from that 139. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You can budget for what you know.
Exactly.
Thank
Can
you,
we
Chair.
proceed?
The danger of sitting so close to Mem Simanga is that you end up asking the same questions. But nevertheless, no, we talk. Yeah, Chair. When I look at the municipality and I look at where the money comes from, etc., and then I ask myself, and Ms. Simanga already did this, and I did this exercise with you in Mfuleni, Chair. If you have 100 liters of water that you buy, and you lose 52, and you have 48 that you sell, and you then have 51% collection on that, you end up with 24.48% collection rate of water that you actually bought. That's the reality. There is absolutely no way in the world that you can pay your debt unless you collect your revenue, unless you focus your attention in supplying water, and this is going to make me very unpopular, focus your attention on getting potable water into taps, into areas where people are actually paying, and provide level 1 services elsewhere. Because here's the thing with water throttling. Here's the thing about that. Now you run a cycle, and I don't know what the cycle is, say 4 hours, or where you have water shedding. A 4-hour schedule. It takes, only for 4 hours a day will your area get water. If you are on a high-lying area, you might be lucky if it's an hour a day, because as soon as water comes in, water flows out. If you're upstream, rest assured you're going to be lucky to get water for an hour a day. So it's an unfair distribution, because here's the thing with water. It also, when it's gone, it's gone. And before it can get to the high-lying area, the pipe's got to be completely charged. Right? If not, it's just going to flow out as you open the holes or taps upstream. So you have to protect your revenue base, whether we like to know it or not. You have to protect your revenue base, which is, I suspect, currently not happening. And that's why you have such poor collection rates. I'm not going to dwell too much on water. Ms. Simanga spoke at length about it. But, you know, how's the municipality funding repairs and the replacement of aging infrastructure where capital expenditure has completely collapsed? On the electricity front, oops, I'm going too far. With losses, that electricity distribution losses stand at 48%, which is five times the national norm. Why have loss reduction efforts failed? Why was no capital budget allocated for electricity infrastructure upgrades in 23-24? How is load shedding impacting water pumping and service delivery, and what resilience measures are there in place? Financial performance, with a collection rate at 29%, but that's the reality, according to the reports that we got from COCTA. What's the measures, what's the recovery plan to improve revenue collection? That should be an easy enough one. Why are creditors waiting up to 794 days to be paid instead of what's legally required, 30 days? Liquidity ratios, and you touched on that, it's 0.4, just below 0.4, and the norm is 2. How will the municipality restore basic solvency? What accountability has been enforced for repeated negative Auditor General findings and financial management? And here's the thing about, you know, when the Auditor General say you got a clean audit, that doesn't mean to say your municipality is doing well. It just means to say that you ticked all the boxes. So, and that you're not really innovative in the way that you're doing business, because it's unfortunately just the way it is. It is about ticking boxes when it comes to the Auditor General. And of course, there's other things that go with it. But just because you got a clean audit or a nice audit report, I can't remember what the outcome was, doesn't mean to say that the municipality is actually doing a good job. But I want to bring you to something that's really bothering me, and that is equitable share. How much of the equitable share allocation is spent on employee cost versus actual service delivery? How much of your employee cost is covered by equitable share? Why is the equitable share not ring-fenced to protect water and electricity service delivery, given the massive deficits in both those areas? What percentage of the equitable share is absorbed by debt repayments and interest on overdue Eskom and Rand water accounts? How does this municipality plan to ensure equitable share improves infrastructure outcomes instead of plugging budget holes? Conditional grants, what proportion of MIC, WIG, INEP, and other conditional grants actually spend on infrastructure upgrades versus administration? And can this municipality provide evidence of impact achieved through grants? For example, how many households were given water connections, kilometers of networks, pipe replacements, etc. And then finally, given that grants are repeatedly misused, should provincial or national government directly administer certain grants on behalf of Merafong? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member De Jager.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think Member De Jager really covered so much in terms of questions. But I must just indicate, Chair, that I think the independent report from the Department of COCTA really cites that we have serious government issues in these municipalities. I mean, we're talking about the ongoing court cases that they're losing that is costing us millions. So I think over and above what Member Msimanga have asked, as well as Member De Jager, I really just want to find out in terms of with all these repeated failures, who have the municipality held accountable? Because it doesn't help for us to sit here and have these discussions, yet no one is actually, facing the consequences. It always just go back to us having these meetings. I mean, for municipalities that have been under Section 139, you would expect that there would be at least strategies that are improving the situation, but we are still stuck there. So I would really just want to know who have we held accountable? Thanks.
Ngesintu bathi nixosha ubani. Baba, do you want to say something? Dr. Ngubeni.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the House. Maybe the first question I must ask the department. There are news reports that indicate that Merafong appointed a deputy CFO. And this is despite the post not existing in their structure, and despite the fact that this post is in law, doesn't exist. And I'm aware that the department will have advised the municipality not to do that. Do we know by now, HOD, who authorized this position? Is the municipality paying a salary to this individual? And maybe if we can be engaged on whether are we going to reverse this, this illegality? And what steps are we going to take against those that have broken the law, basically? So really, if you can assist me on that one. Maybe the next question to the department. You see, Honorable Msimang, you are talking about infrastructure that needs to be maintained. And the National Treasury says we have to at least spend 8% as municipalities to maintain the infrastructure. In Merafong, we spend 0 in terms of infrastructure maintenance for the previous years, municipal manager. We need to ask COCTA, what have we been doing all along, allowing the municipality to not allocate any budget, or if it's allocated, to not spend any budget on infrastructure maintenance. The reason why we have substations that are blowing up, the reason why we have roads that are filled with potholes is because in the past, municipality has not been spending money on infrastructure maintenance. How did we allow that to happen in our watch? So we agree with Honorable Msimang that let's get the financial turnaround plan. But the and I think even the executive mayor spoke about the turnaround strategy that was agreed a few days ago between the department and the municipality, which we welcome. But the problem, Executive Mayor, is that we have had strategies being agreed upon in the past. And those strategies are still somewhere in our offices, and they have not been implemented. So the question that we naturally must ask the leadership of this municipality is, what is it that they are going to do differently to ensure that this plan that was approved, agreed upon by the department and the municipality a few days ago, that it gets to be implemented and we get to see the results on the ground. So that's really the question that I wanted to ask the department. Maybe if I can go to the municipality, and we welcome the presentation. Quite lengthy, but it doesn't cover some of the aspects on them. And maybe one of the first questions we should ask you is, how much money do we have in the bank as a municipality? Cash on hand, how much do we have? Can you place it on record today that we will still be able to pay service providers and the staff that is working in the municipality? Considering the revenue collection that has been mentioned earlier on, I do agree that it's sitting at around 29% in my own calculation, and we all agree with you that it's a huge crisis. And the question is, how are we going to turn around the situation? The issue of sinkholes, Chair, there's been a budget of 5 million, there's been a budget of 7 million, 11 million, 23 million, we have heard about it. What we don't see on the presentation, it's a breakdown on how these funds were used or they were misused. When the MM was trying to present the last slide, it was on the questions that were asked by the committee from National, which talked about these contracts that were given to some companies, and unfortunately we couldn't get to them. So I don't have those answers. I have not looked into the annexures. But the question is, have we used all these monies to fix those sinkholes? And if not, what happened to the money? So if we can be able to get that, and then we can be able to move forward. So I've touched on the issue of maintenance, and maybe MM, you can just give us comfort that in this financial year there is money set aside for infrastructure spend in terms of maintenance, and where we are at the moment in terms of the plans towards you say you're using that particular budget. On audit findings, Chair, the presentation mentioned that there are audit action plans, but what is not there is evidence of the recovery and the consequence management in regards to UIF, W, and maybe if the municipality can tell us, Chair, how much they've recovered so far, because I'm glad that MPEC is sitting and all that is being deliberated there. But are we recovering the money that we lost through this UIFW? Chair, I will stop there, and if there's an opportunity, we'll come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want also members to take into account that we don't do visit for the sake of them. Part of it is that the meeting gets recorded. Where things has fallen through cracks, we will follow them up and ensure that at the end, when we put together the report of the visit, it does capture all the issues as raised. So we shouldn't worry much if there are certain issues that we think might have fallen through cracks. Thank you. Member Dilave.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you'll realize that I did not have my hand up, but only because the question that I have, it's a question that has been asked before to the department that is the department really making any impact on these municipalities? Because for the longest period, these municipalities are struggling, and particularly Merafong is on the verge of collapsing. What is the department doing actually? Like, I think we had a discussion with the MEC that we need to have a meeting with him and the department so that they can explain to us what are they really doing, what are their functions in terms of assisting and providing oversight on these municipalities. So that's the only question that I have, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted, I think I should give the MPs, and then before we can have the department first, and then the municipality second, and then we can take it from there. I think I'll come in on one or two issues I wanted to speak to, because many of my issues have been stolen by Member Musimang. Member, let's see.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng. Good afternoon to yourself, good afternoon to all members of the legislature. Good afternoon to the team from COGTA. Good afternoon, Executive Mayor and your municipal manager with your MMCs and management of the municipality. Good afternoon to members of Parliament who are here with us. My name is Tebo Kholitsie, and I happen to come from Merafong. So there are a few things that I'm going to speak to. I think the first thing is to appreciate the two presentations, one from COGTA and one from the municipality, noting a number of things that they would have raised. So, why do municipalities exist? I think this is where I want to begin. Municipalities exist because they are expected to provide accountable local government to our people, ensuring that essential services are delivered to our people. So that is what those who created the legislation thought about. They said, this is what this thing must exist to do. And every time when we interact with municipalities, ours should be, are we legislatively implementing what we're supposed to be doing? And if not, what are the challenges? And I want to start maybe with the challenges. The first challenge that even the President of the Republic of South Africa has acknowledged is that, including the Minister of Finance, is that local government is the most important part, is the closest to the people of South Africa or to communities, but we fund them less. So that is, I think, one part that we must accept, that we are not funding local government the way we should. And it's a structural problem that funding in South Africa is currently. There's such debate, I know, in National Assembly where myself and my colleagues will sit there, but as things stand, that is the problem. With what we have currently, and I want to now come closer towards Merafong. With what we have currently, are we optimally utilizing
the resources that we have to execute our responsibilities. It's a question that, sorry, we need to answer. Like I said when I started, I am from here. I know, from time to time we have what we call cable theft, or cable thefts, yeah, which, when you look at the presentation of the municipality, they will not have spoken to that particular matter. But that matter costs the municipality a lot of money. It's not, I don't know why the municipality will not have put it on their presentation, but it's not there. What happens when there's cable theft? One, it means the municipality, that particular section, the municipality can't, or people can't utilize electricity, and therefore the municipality can't get some revenue, but municipality must go pay for the cable theft. What must happen to deal with this problem, which I think our colleagues maybe should try and work on? I mean, there's I don't know how many times or how many kilometers of cable is stolen in Merafong a year, and how much do we pay? But I can tell you it should be millions, because almost every now and then there's disruption of electricity supply. The reasons provided is that there's cable theft here and there, 3 kilometers stolen there, and all of that. So it runs into millions. And in the presentation, you're not getting a sense, Executive Mayor, that there are plans that we are putting together to combat this thing. What I was expecting to hear, at least, would have been, one, using technology. I mean, for example, if you have hotspot, at least on the presentation you spoke about your hotspot, so you know where your hotspots are of cable theft. You just put simple technology devices that are able to detect if there's some digging happening within a kilometer radius, wherever you are, and then you dispatch, for an example, what do you call this security? Armed security. That will help and save the municipality millions of rands that they must take and deploy somewhere within the municipality to improve. I mean, the issue of losing 50% of water from Rand West. If you look at slide, I think Member Msimang spoke about slide 22, the municipality is literally losing 198 million rands per annum on water that they can't account for. They just get lost, whether it's water stolen, which you can't run away from. I know there's this farmers who punch holes into the supply towards a particular township. They take water towards there. You can't account for that, or whether it's water that you have lost through your pipes, best pipes, and all of that. But it's 198 million per annum. It's a lot of money. And I think it was him again, Member Msimang, who says, if that is not arrested, then it means we're continuously going to go into borrowing or asking for COCTA national, COCTA provincial or national, to help or bail out the municipality. So I think municipality must try and use technology to help themselves. Yeah, I think maybe on the opening of the mayor, I think we must welcome a better audit opinion in the previous audit period, and indicate that according to the opening of the mayor, they entered into a recovery plan also with the National Treasury on a number of things. And out of a total of about 80 something, I missed the number, but about they got right about 54 of those plans. And the National Treasury was happy with it. It's the same with the audit action plans. I think we're welcoming the improved audit opinion. But you know, to get audit correctly, Chairperson, is not too difficult. It means you put together mechanisms in place. You say, for an example, those who are responsible for service delivery, we have put 80 targets. No, this is my last point. This is my last point. Yes. In higher education, audits are bad. So you disturbed my line of thinking. But I was saying, so you say those who are responsible for service delivery, for an example, you've got 80 targets, and this is how, or your team brings and say, this is how we're going to achieve the 80 at the beginning of the process. And then, because we have internal audit, who must help us from not only finance point of view, but also, you know, performance. So on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, depending on how we've agreed or structured our reporting systems in the municipality, you'll then get these people auditing our work every month, every quarter, whatever the case may be, so that by the time AG comes, we know whether we are doing good or we are not surprised. And then finance prepares the annual financial statements correctly in line with the GRAP standards and all of that. Also, we're not surprised when the AG says, go and fix X, Y, and Z. So, because I honestly struggle. Why would our entities fail to get clean audit when we have mechanisms in place all the time to make sure that that is done? And once that is done, we're able to then concentrate on the nitty-gritties of taking the services to our people. How do we get them to pay? I mean, having 200, only 200 smart meters, and the contract is coming to an end in March, at the end of the 25-26 financial year. For me, it's a serious underperformance. It's a serious underperformance, and it was an intervention from a provincial government, and we're not utilizing it. So people who are supposed to be responsible for executing these things must indeed, municipal manager, be taken through on consequence management, because how would you explain, I don't know how long it took them, but the contract is coming to an end at the end of March, or at the end of the 25, your financial thing is different, at the end of the 25-26 financial year, and you've only done 200 out of how many households that you are targeted, how many you are giving. It doesn't make sense. We can't create a culture of people who don't, or a culture of underperformance and no consequence management. So that one, I think I would like to leave it with the executive mayor and the municipal manager to crack the whip as far as consequence management is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Letsie. Honorable Maneli.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee from the Legislature, COPTA in particular, Honorable MPLs that are accompanying you as part of the committee, the department, the municipality as politically led by the executive mayor, and administratively led by the municipal manager. I'm trying to get it closer. Of course, members of Parliament, the NCOP, I saw Honorable Jane Mananiso here, as well as my colleagues from the National Assembly. Chair, I think I'm gonna be very short given that questions would have been asked. And if I seem to be repeating, it will be for purpose of getting more clarity. The intention is not to repeat. You've already warned that we are not chairing the committees in the National Assembly, so we're subjected to you. So I just wanted to check, Chair. The department, having listened to the presentation, including solutions that they propose, it's as though it's new, but if you have been doing the support, because the 139 would have been arrived probably later, you started from 154, the support to the municipality. And surely the recovery, financial recovery plan comes from that. Including other interventions, maybe that would have been done, because I listened to even the executive mayor talking about finalization of an organizational structure and that. And if before this 10-point plan you're talking about, which is now, these matters would have been addressed, what would have been the understanding of the department as the reason for those plans not to be implemented? So I start from there, because they were overseeing the municipality as part of the support to the municipality. So if they can clarify, so that we do not think everything that's put as a solution, it's new. When a municipality has been placed under 154, 139 as something that follows. So, and with that having been said, the report, the political overview of the executive mayor indicates that there's stability in the municipality. You've dealt with most of the areas. The SMT is in place, and I think that has also been backed up from the point of success areas by the AMM. Assuming that that is correct, and I'm using this quite measured, assuming that it's correct. If then there are these challenges we talk about, where internal controls are not in place, we are having all those problems. And the warm bodies are there. Is it an issue of skills gap that's there where people need to be trained? Or probably a bad fit situation where you appoint a person to a position of non-competence? So that at least we understand the problem. That you don't need to appoint people. The people that are there, the confirmation of stability is that you have appointed the right people for the job. And when you make commitments, your action plans and that for the future, we cannot come back to blame that there is no capacity in the municipality with full SMT that is appointed. Right. So I just thought, because this point has been raised, I must just get this part cleared on it. Maybe the other point would be, I didn't hear what is the strategy that's being used to keep the municipality going when you already know that you're only collecting 65 million and your expenses are at 156 million every month? And acknowledge that the deficit is at 72 billion every month. What is it that's being done? I don't want to say Chinese bookkeeping and that, as Honorable Msimang referred to, because I have a different view about how Chinese are performing in the world compared to others that are collapsing. So I'll leave it and not use that one. But I just want to be very practical about it. That you have 156, but you collect 65. Of course, other matters have been raised of where do you use the grants? Whether the grants are also not just about paying for operations, but not real service delivery. That question has been asked. But it does help to know, because just looking at it as is that you are operating, if you are running a business, at a loss. So you're not a going concern. At some point you'll plead bankruptcy because you just can't meet your needs in the first place. And that 156 is about assumption that in case ESCOM and Rand Water are covered in that score. But from the report, we know that they are not covered, and that's why there's a problem of debt. Because that debt was not 1.4 billion. It started at a particular number. And for failure to service that, then you are at the point where you are today. So I'm just saying, Chair, it would be important to know, because then this answers even the other question that was not answered by the presentation on how you would have approved an unfunded budget. Because it will not change in the course of the month. It started from the time you knew that I will not be able to meet the needs of the institution. So I'm just saying, for me, that's really something we should be getting, so that even when you have agreed on some plan last week to support, but this thing will still be with the municipality. And that takes me then to the arrangements that you have with Rand Water as well as ESCOM. And I want to raise this with councillors in particular, because these are the representatives of the people to the municipality, not representing the municipality to the community. Now, as representatives of the people, if you can't pay ESCOM and Rand Water, and there's a switch off completely. I know of a municipality that went dark, Honorable Chair. I know of a municipality that went dark because they didn't pay and they were switched off. It doesn't only affect business, but when water is also switched off and you have no guarantee on when that water will be made available, it's a problem for public representatives, because they are where the people are. And they have to answer the question. And sometimes they may not answer the question because they are not the ones dealing with whether payment has been made or not, or they don't press the button. So I'm raising it, Chair, so that that list about wards and everything else, even at a political level, it must be taken serious. That there may be a time when you have to explain that you don't have water, not because Rand Water doesn't have water in the dams, it's because you're not paying. And therefore the engagement with the communities gets to be important. And as I deal with that engagement, it would appear that the focus in the presentation, unless it is the 1 minute when I went out and came back, if it has been presented, Chair, you'll pardon me, you'll just indicate it's there. I may get it when you send the documents. That what is becoming a problem in the country, and now society is beginning to take legal actions on those on implementation of law, is that once you say we owe as members of the community, but your councillors and employees are not paying for services. I take it that because I didn't see it, at least here, it doesn't exist. And if it does, surely you'll be told what is the plan there. Because in a drive where you want to have services paid, we should also be leading by that example, especially those that are within the institution. If you say it's an arrangement situation, at least people must understand that those arrangements are honored and why they must be motivated themselves to honor the arrangements. Otherwise, I do not see the municipality chair going out of the situation only by grants without community that is paying. The honorable member next to me here was very proud that he is paying 135% from the Ward 17 where he lives. And I'm sure if that pride is everywhere, it gets to be an important matter. Right. So that's why I'm saying, Chair, at least an understanding that those arrangements are also applicable to everyone else and that they are able to meet that obligation. The last point, Chair, is going to be on the NCOP side. And we are told we'll get the annexures. I think the problem was the flighting. And I hope we'll get that. Now, if we are getting that, just a few questions. And I will start first with the councillors, because the legislative and executive authority at local government is in that body. Whether the council itself has considered that came from the NCOP. So that when the reference is made to April, whether it means it was the council meeting that considered the report of the NCOP. And if the council did so, surely they would see there that even the investigations, there was a direction that COCTA must deal with this. So in what you referred today as the NCOP making a follow-up, it's really about that. And therefore the question then is also to COCTA, whether COCTA did make such. Because for me, I would understand, even if I was not in the delegation of the NCOP, because I'm not a member there, Honorable Jane, and surely we're there. The understanding would be that if you are complaining about the municipality, where the signing off of all these things you are complaining about are at the level of an accounting officer, you will try and make it a point that there is no conflict of interest in handling that matter. And for that reason, I will understand why COCTA gets to be involved in that score. So therefore, the referrals that we are going to get as a report, is it the outcome of what COCTA has worked on? If not, what informs the report, whether it denies that certain things were wrong, whether it accepts that certain things were wrong. So I'm raising this, Chair, because if somebody takes that NCOP report and say, is everything that has been done in line with the report, and you say no, and for those that are mentioned and so on decide to take legal action, what do you do? Because they may have, on a neutral body, they may have been given something else. And I'm saying this because it is not new that when the municipality is in such a problem, COCTA comes in as part of the support, get the forensic people to do it as directed by the NCOP, and then report in that score. So this is where I want to end, Chair. Otherwise, if I had time, I had a number of specific issues to raise. But I just thought that this part about the NCOP is both on COCTA and the municipality. and by the municipality I include whether the councillors are aware of this and have considered it in a way that we can't complain later that it's a sphere of government and the province is probably breaking the constitution by getting into the space it's not supposed to. So I'm raising this with that concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Maneli. Peterson,
Thank you.
you want me to make that statement?
Thank you, Chairperson.
You were calling me to order, so I'm not going to.
Thank
Okay,
you, Chairperson.
proceed.
Greetings to the House at large, my colleagues, Executive Mayor, councillors, and Chairman Peterson. Chairperson, I don't think there's much for me to say. I've been largely covered by the previous speakers and my colleagues. However, I would like to echo the sentiments mainly on accountability. I think one would want to know for real what measures are put in place to ensure that there's accountability. Second to that, I think it's important that we note the importance of setting realistic targets. So should challenges arise, we would know that we've been realistic in setting targets, so it wouldn't necessarily hinder where we saw ourselves going when we set those targets, because in essence, Chairperson, if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me stand on the protocols that were established. One would want to disclose that I'm sitting here with double barrel, NCOP as an MP and as well the legislature as the MPL. So I think I would start by indicating that most of the issues raised by Honorable Maneli covered some of the things that I wanted to ask. And I want to agree with the council by Honorable Litsi, perhaps to use that word of that we appreciate that the municipality is doing better on some areas. But I want to disagree to the fact that we can confirm that there's stability. I think we are over rating the situation here in the Merafong municipality. And I don't think, Honorable Maneli, one would want to be some comic by saying, I want to assume. So I want to say it boldly to say that let us appreciate that the space is better than before in terms of the financial reports that have been given from previous financial year. However, there's a need of speedily respond on issues that have been raised. I think as the scholar of good governance, and you know what, it's very interesting to listening to you when you raise regulations and acts and so on. You can see that this is the person who actually understands what the accounting officer must do in this particular space. However, there are challenges that one feels that perhaps it's your shortcomings as an individual or the collective that you have as human resource in certain spaces that cannot execute their work. It is difficult to want people to envision the Vision 2053 if we cannot respond to basic services. I'm just staying in Randfontein. I know there are places that sometimes they go without electricity or water. Hence, I want to reject actually the word of stability as one of the things that we would speak of as governance if we are for the people. If there's a clinic that will be closed because of a sinkhole or what, then there's something that needs to be responded to and be appreciated that there is a challenge in the municipality. And I think, Chairperson, one would want to agree that executive or us as legislatures, people need to understand that our oversight is a corrective measure in terms of ensuring that we promote good governance and cooperative governance, not to just come lash and go back, you know, trying to play politics. And I think one would want clarity on the use of consultancy in terms of services that are being provided in the municipality. And are those consultancy value for money in terms of what you think needs to happen with regards to services here? The other matter that one would want to make follow-up on, as much as I know that it was raised by one of the second speaker after Honorable Msinga, about the issue of payments for services. One would want to check if policies that you said that were adopted by the council with regards to financial issues in the municipality does include that one of responding to payments for the service providers. If so, how is that particular policy has actually assisted the municipality to improve in responding to that issue of lack of compliance, of ensuring that you pay people on time? And if not, where are those who are brought into books that they are offending or offenders in terms of responding to that issue, that people are actually being paid as supposed to? Because consequence management cannot be forever elaborated as if it's something that needs to be taken somewhere. If people need to be brought to book, therefore you could have said in your report, there are so and so who are in suspension, or there are so who are still, in progress in terms of cases that have been opened. So I think that your report needs to be given to us so that we can see where you have taken a decision as the accounting officer. The PMFMA is clear, the MFMA is clear in terms of what needs to happen on the issue of financial management in the institution. So I feel your report lacks that. To COCTA, I was very disturbed, and I'm happy that I came when you were touching on issues that you have recommended needs to be done by the municipality. And I think that the issue of stakeholder relations, it doesn't need COCTA. It does, stakeholder relations, for the fact that you've got councillors, as Honorable Maneli could have said, councillors, they are at a level of ensuring that there is strong stakeholder relations. Because of, by law, they have got a regulation that tells them when to call the meeting and who to invite. They have a profile. I don't understand how does COCTA come into play in terms of assisting the municipality for profiling in their wards. Perhaps there's some little bit challenge on that, but I want to say to yourselves, don't bite too much what you cannot do. If you need to assess whether they don't have a model or a plan in terms of dealing with stakeholder relations, that's when you need to say, we would capacitate the institution, but helping them as if, well, they just need to receive salary, come here, dress nice to council meetings, it's very wrong. The issue of stakeholder relations is the one that actually brings us to this lawlessness, lack of people paying their debts and so on. If you have proper stakeholder relations, people would know that in what so and so. The nice thing about Merafong, I must applaud, is that you understand the diagnostic of your issues per ward base in terms of who's not paying and who's paying. But if you cannot respond to enforce that they must pay, it's a problem. But lastly, Chairperson, my issue and interest, it was on their operation of getting to make those who are owning business to pay. I'm interested on knowing what is their contact of, actually, how do they contact that operation? Does that operation include law enforcement agencies that as when they get to you as MZ with a business and they say you are an offender, they are able to help you somewhere where those people who are, regulated to deal with the law would be able to follow through what needs to happen. So I want to check how are they conducting that operation. And if they are not conducting it with other law enforcement agencies, therefore that process is a malicious compliance. that you would want to tell people when they come to say, this is what we are doing to respond to the offenders who are not paying those who are doing business. So I think there's more that we need to get in terms of the report given by UMM. Lastly, the issue of the sinkholes and the project and what is happening for those who were found guilty on those issues. What is the status quo till to date? Because we cannot just take it that there's a contract that was appointed and the contract didn't deliver and that's it. So let this particular platform get to understand what is actually happening on the status quo of that particular matter, because I know it's one of the issues that is at the hardcore of the community of Merafong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Dijager, you know, my meetings takes a very short time, but we're dealing with serious issues today. We're dealing with, you can see there's members of the public there who are interested. They took their time, so we've got to take our time. Member Mananiso, at some point I was seated there, I was like in a philosophical class. Particularly when the presentations were made by the HOD and the MM, and I think you helped me. You reminded me that, in fact, this is how they were supposed to have accounted and reported. Honorable Maneli put it nicely, don't report as if it's new. You've been doing this work. Give us progress so that we understand. So you don't conceptualize consequence management. I know what it means. Just tell me how many people you dealt with. Something of that nature. I think I agree with you there. It's very helpful. Second, MM, when you said there is an elephant in the room and you spoke about 3, I added 4. By now you might have added another 3 maybe. There are many elephants in the room. The one elephant in the room is a report of the NCOP. It should be dealt with so that we close it, HOD. And I think the question comes to you as such, as a department. The second one is the huge personnel structure that we have, but notwithstanding that, we hire a deputy, what do you call? CEO. So the elephants are increasing. So I don't want to increase others. So I'm saying, and if we don't deal with these things now, we're in trouble. Because one of the reasons we're doing the kind of work we're doing, some of us, you can see where political parties do not matter. We're doing our work as per the Constitution. And we're doing that because when we analyzed in the portfolio committee, one of the things we came up with is that there is lack of public confidence in public institutions. Right? So you might end up with a situation where nobody really cares about public institutions except that they must provide services. Anything beyond that, they are not part of it. So we're doing this work to rebuild and ensure that we bring back the public confidence that people had in public institutions. And that's why we work as a team as such. So look at us from that point of view. So we're going to give the department and then the MM in whatever, Mayor, in whatever way you want to respond to us, you will then respond. HOD.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much, and thank you to all the members and the MPs for the questions. Let me start with the responses to the questions from Member Msimanga, specifically on the part after Kokta presented. And Chair, yes, there is a serious problem throughout all municipalities when it comes to infrastructure maintenance. As part of our IDP process, before municipalities table their budgets for approval in council, we compel them to look at infrastructure maintenance. And we also know, Chair, that your water and electricity revenue, if you really want to make inroads, you need to ring fence a portion of that budget of income for infrastructure upgrades, infrastructure maintenance. There needs to be a portion. Our assessment over the last few years have indicated that municipalities set aside funds for budget, but by the time there is challenges during the year, these monies are then used elsewhere because of the lack of revenue, the lack of a sustainable revenue stream. And if you look at currently, even the metros are spending about 5% or so on maintenance. So it's a serious problem. And we are compelling them to look at their budgets in a bit more detail. And Chair, this issue of a funded vis-a-vis unfunded budget, it's a serious challenge for COCTA because I can then not hold municipalities accountable for service delivery. The Minister has indicated that he's got the support from the National Treasury that no longer will unfunded budgets be accepted. And what is required, and the question is, why would COCTA allow an unfunded budget? We must bear in mind, Council adopts the budget, and the budget is then sent to COCTA and the MEC for finance. But that particular unfunded budget needs to be supported by a budget funding improvement plan. So you know that you have a deficit of 65 million. How do you plan as part of your operations throughout the year to augment what you have put in your budget so that you can sustain service delivery? But then if you monitor that, you can see that the percentages of revenue that you earmarked, you do not get to that. And one of the problems is your water leaks. As Member De Jager is saying, I'm saying maybe Member De Jager is becoming an engineer now with all the presentations that I've tabled. If you cannot, if rainwater gives you water for 100 rand, Chair, taking into consideration indigence, taking into consideration unemployment, if you lose 50%, you sit with 50%. That 50% that you have, you cannot even account for about 30% because of the current socio-economic conditions. And that's where the problem is. And whilst you're losing 50% of the water, the Council of Geoscience indicated the more water that you lose that's underground, the more susceptible your areas are becoming and prone to sinkholes. So the problems become bigger and bigger. Chair, it's for that reason why we felt that, and we got a bashing from the NCOP in the last engagement. That's why we felt this can't be true, that we have submitted 3 or 4 requests to National to declare a provincial disaster, and it is just declined. We felt it cannot be possible. Yes, fair enough, let's acknowledge, and Merafong acknowledge that they have not spent the amount of maintenance that they should have. But this can't be primarily only as a result of that. There is other factors that we need to take into consideration. And it's for that reason that I have personally consulted the DG. I have asked the MEC to consult with the Minister, and we have now agreed as part of the NCOP process. National will establish a special project. We have shared with them the implementation protocol. We have shared with them the terms of reference, chaired by National and by the HOD of COCTA, to lead a process to rehabilitate the sinkholes. Because, Chair, with the budgets of COCTA and what we have spent on the sinkholes, the amount of money that you put in the sinkholes, it cannot keep up with the amount of formation of new sinkholes. And, Chair, you know how engineers are. When you have conducted a study on the sinkholes, if you take another 12 months not to put any funding for that particular sinkhole, the new engineer will say, I don't know what happens underground. I need to conduct further studies. So these are some of the continuous challenges that you're sitting with. So as soon as a study is conducted, you need to make sure that you have funding available to support that. But Chair, I must say that the question of the support of COCTA, the question of the impact of the work in the municipality, Chair, I can safely say that by the time I came to COCTA, almost everyone in the municipality was acting. almost everyone. In fact, Kokta, at that point in time, appointed an acting municipal manager. We met with the executive mayor, and at that point in time, we said, we're now giving a firm directive that we need to fill the MM and the senior management so that there is stability. Fair enough, there's not stability in other areas, but I can safely now say that whatever I've directed the MM and the team in terms of the response plan to do, they are implementing. I just don't think that some of the other technical challenges that they are dealing with in terms of funding, in terms of allocation of resources, in terms of the number of water leaks, is really putting them in good stead to really account for proper implementation of the strategy. And that is the elephant in the room, Chair, that we need to look at. Chair, when the audit outcomes came out, and I think it was towards the tail end of the sixth administration, I led an intervention team to each municipality. Tshwane, Merafong, and Fuleni, in fact, even the municipalities that have unqualified audits, even Midval that has a clean audit. And I have compelled them to show me more, even if it's on a clean audit. Merafong and Mfuleni, I have directed them that whilst you have submitted organizational structures, you cannot just go on and complete that structure without the necessary funding. What I did advise them though, Chair, and is what they have done, is that the way your audit is, it will be very difficult for me as the HOD to indicate to the political principals, let's proceed with Merafong and Mfuleni and others on this basis or with the current status quo. So you need to focus on the audit. You need to bring in dedicated capacity so that you deal with the audit, because the audit now also includes material irregularities. If you don't deal with that, it just means that the poor audit outcomes increases. They have then decided to appoint a dedicated person to deal with the audit. It is a contract position, and this position is now called the Deputy CFO. And that is some of the media queries that we have received. Chair, if you look at the position, it is a contract position. They have advised Kokta of that. Kokta have indicated this cannot be a senior management position. They agreed, so it's not a senior management position. So at least they have agreed. But Chair, what we were saying, and the MM and I had a meeting yesterday, I said this contract position, once the audit is finalized and you guys have shown improvement, is a post that shouldn't be in existence unless you have a completely new plan for this post to continue beyond. And that's what's agreed. But I think it's the naming convention, Chair. The AG will ask, all of us will ask, but the MM and myself, we are dealing with it. But Kokta have said that, listen guys, you cannot have deputy CFOs. We know in metros you have massive financial management teams. But once you have the CFO, you either have it manager operations, manager financial accounting, manager operational accounting, manager revenue, manager assets. So they need to find a way of how this person should be. But looking at the work that they have submitted to Kokta, based on the implementation of the audit action plans, I can see some improvement in that area, Chair. And I'm glad that Council has also approved that the interim audit is starting, because that was a requirement from the MEC. All the municipalities where there were challenges in the previous audit, we need to have interim audits so that we can address all the challenges. In fact, what we wanted to do going forward, we were just engaging with the AG on cost. Shouldn't we have a mid-year audit of all these municipalities, a full audit, so that you have at least 6 months to address all their challenges? And we wanted to see how Kokta can assist that process, because municipalities are already struggling with revenue as it is. Chair, the issue of the energy in terms of water and electricity, the water meters, it's a key project for Kokta. And as part of the energy response plan, the demand in Merafong is huge. But with the available resources, we need to ensure that we spread that based on the assessment that we have done. At least the opportunity with National Treasury has opened up for this special project in terms of meters, and we have asked them to reconsider it because the amount of meters is huge. Because, Chair, if you cannot meter households, it means it's revenue down the drain, and it's services that you are rendering. So it's a serious problem. And then when you go to those people without water and electricity, one thing that we have realized, Chair, is, and we have never realized or looked at it holistically, to get water, you need to pump water. And to pump water, you need electricity. So all our stations, our power stations, do not have backup electricity. And that is the assessment that COCTA has done recently, and that even applies to all the other municipalities. It's not only unique to one. So as part of our energy response plan, we need to decide when we go into the Executive Council, Lekgotla, next week, what will be the key priority for COCTA in terms of supporting municipalities in that particular area. Chair, the issue of revenue, when we met with the municipality, whilst we are supporting simplified revenue plans, and the bigger issue for COCTA is you need to ensure that the municipality can become a going concern. You are sitting with 6 billion debt. You have not received that money for the last 10 years. And looking at the growth projections of the South African Reserve Bank that has been downgraded as well, you are more than likely not to receive even 10 or 15% with that. Whilst it is not an authority that's vested with the MM or myself, I have directed that the MM and the team, and even supported by the MEC, look at innovative ways to see how we can put some incentive measures to the community and to businesses. Those that owe us, you will pay 30 or 40%, you make up about 2.5 billion revenue from the 6 billion, you write off all the other debt, rainwater and ESCOM, gone. All the other money you use for service delivery. So it's some of the innovative ways as part of the 10-point plan that's new that they need to look at. Chair, when it comes to grant management, and COCTA manages that, and the provincial treasury is very stringent. You can't even apply to them to utilize grant funding for other than what it is intended for. So if the grant is only for water and it's for meters, that's what you'll use the grant. Otherwise, you will have to pay that money back. The National Treasury is adopting an approach that you cannot use the funds, and that has been in there for some time. Chair, in so far as what is different, yes, we are providing support, we have provided support, but now we are at a stage where we don't look at support that is holistic. We look at support that's targeted. And I've reported in the previous committee that as COCTA, we need to take a risk-based approach so that where is the biggest risk that it is? It's in those municipalities that do not have the required capacity, but it's also in those municipalities where the audit outcomes are poor. And we know that a clean audit does not have automatically an impact on delivery, but at least you are saying to the community, we want you to pay for services because our governance are in order. And that's the first point of call where we need to start. And Chair, the local government turnaround strategy is taking a keen interest on the financing model of municipalities, but then also revenue management in municipalities. The same would apply to governance, because you do not want lapses in governance. If you have a lapse in governance, it's one of the 3 key areas in the audit that can make you to get a qualification. Chair, and the municipality and the MM must be clear. They are one of the biggest municipalities affected by cable theft and protection of infrastructure that they need to consider. As it is, all the transformers that we have installed as part of the energy project, we need to ensure now that we, even as COCTA, we utilize community safety to protect. Otherwise, once we get the next window of funding, we'll have to replace those transformers again. So that is a serious problem. So they need to establish working relationships with our law enforcement agencies. But that, with Mogale City, with the work that we have done on the Percy Stewart wastewater treatment works, have been affected significantly. And those are some of the things that needs to come out clearly. Yeah, Chair, let me then state that when we reported to the NCOP, we said that we have assessed the information that was submitted by Merafong, and the NCOP was not happy. They said it should be subjected to an investigation. We have done that. All the information has been submitted to the Forensic Services Unit. The MEC at that point in time was standing in for the Premier, and that has been done. Chair, if everything goes well by the end of next week, we should have a principal basis with National so that we can come on board and deal with the sinkholes. However, the Merafong Disaster Management Center is still functioning on a weekly basis. But Chair, just on the issue of stakeholder management, yes, I actually want the councillors, the ward committees to deal with their own stakeholder management. But at the time when we intervened with the Premier was the number of complaints that have really come through that nothing is being done. And I think that's why, and I do accept the comment from the Honourable Member. Premier undertook to have another engagement. We have not had that engagement because we want to allow councillors and the ward committees to do their work. Chair, thank you very much. I think some of the questions was directly related to the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you very much, HOD. Don't try to surpass the HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, we must appreciate, I think some of the matters raised are comments, and I think they are enlightening, and I think they are assisting us, and I think we must really appreciate that from members of the committee as well as MPs present. We really appreciate the insight and inputs that have been made. Without necessarily going through all of them, I think there's an issue around whether private sector will have the appetite to fund part of our infrastructure, especially in terms of meters, replacement and refurbishment, and installation of new infrastructure, as well as private sector funding. I must indicate, Chair, that we've tested the market. In fact, we have a follow-up meeting with COGTA next week to look at that specifically, but we must indicate that there is appetite from the market to engage with the municipality as such. So we've tested the market, we've issued out a request for proposals, and I think there are various entities that have indicated interest, and that's why we have that particular conversation with COGTA, GFA, and GPT, and National Treasury, just to look at the legality of the process. At this point in time, I must indicate that it will be very difficult for us to indicate the extent of the actual institutional arrangement because we are busy conducting the Section 78 assessment. So it will be difficult for us to actually preempt whether we're looking at a triple P in terms of the MFMA, or we're looking at any other, whether it's a concession or whether it's any other form of arrangement. I think when the Section 78 assessment would have been concluded, we'll have a pretty good idea. And I think we can always present a report to the committee just to appraise the committee of the developments in that particular regard so that we can get guidance. Indeed, let me reiterate the statement, Chair. There are no master plans. There are no as-builts. And that's unfortunately what some of us inherited. The reality is that, and I did say it, that when we respond to some of our operations and maintenance and refurbishment, especially utilizing internal resources, it's on the basis that there's a crisis there. And until such time that we would have finalized the draft master plans, as I've indicated, the capital expenditure framework, as well as the long-term infrastructure investment plan, we'll have a pretty good idea of where the infrastructure is sitting so that we can then be able to determine where do we start in terms of refurbishment and going forward. At the moment, the reality is that it is not there. And we are beginning to actually construct or reconstruct the as-built so that we know exactly how the infrastructure is, as to how we actually got into this point. I wouldn't know how this information got lost over time. I think the issue around the FRP, I think that was directed to province, and I think province will deal with the TORs and other issues relating to that. The repeated negative audit outcome, so it would have been from 2020, 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, starting with the adverse in 2021. But what we need to indicate, Chair, is that when we dealt with the 23-24 audit process, the very first thing that, as an accounting officer with fiduciary responsibility, I had to look into, and I think it talks to consequence management, which is one issue that has been raised a number of times, is that one had to look into how did the municipality get into this type of a situation where you have an adverse and two disclaimers in succession. One of the things, Chair, that I found at the time was that AG would essentially say, the reason you are in this situation is because the municipality either did not submit required information to AG, submitted late, or submitted inadequately. And from that particular point, we then implemented consequence management to ensure that there is no official who has a responsibility to respond to what AG is requiring, and that official does not do his or her work. So that was the first part. And I can say, I think I'm not sure RFI what that we are today. There's not a single official within the municipality in the current audit process that have written to and actually said you have not submitted information. So it means that the intervention that we implemented in 23-24 that actually led the municipality to getting out of the disclaimed audit opinion into a qualification actually is working. Because now all officials are aware of their responsibilities, and they have to, and they are aware that they actually have to take AG very seriously. And I must indicate that I was looking at the audit tracker. I mean, we have not, today we have 7 RFIs that we need to present to AG today, and I know that by the end of the day we would have submitted all of them. So that is the inculcation of that kind of attitude and culture and behavior in employees, so that they know that it is actually their responsibility to ensure that information is submitted to the Auditor General. I think there's an issue around equitable share and how much of that is going to employee cost and service delivery. I may not necessarily have the numbers now, Chair, with your permission, but I can provide that information before the end of the week. But I must indicate that the same state question or comment then goes to capital grant, conditional grants. I can confirm, Chair, unequivocally, not a single cent of conditional grants is used for operations, not a cent. What we've done is that we've got a dedicated account for conditional grants. So the money sits there in the account. So none of that is used for payment of salaries or for anything else. It's just for conditional grants. We can provide that type of information and evidence share. I think the VAB process, and I think this is the plea that we've made to COCTA, that please let this process be expedited so that we can find closure. Half of that 6.8 billion is sitting with the mines, and we've made that appeal, and I know that COCTA has made a commitment that COCTA is attending to to that particular matter. In terms of maintenance and replacement of infrastructure, I think there's a statement that says zero is being used or spent on operations and maintenance. And I think, Chair, let me just give the numbers very quickly. In 24-25 financial year, for energy, the budget was 57 million. And I'll come to a statement that was raised by one of the members, and it actually talks to this. The budget was 57 million, and the expenditure was 18. 57 million budgeted for energy, that is your electricity, infrastructure, and 80 million spent. And what is the cause for that over expenditure? It's purely your theft and vandalism of infrastructure. And I think one of the members actually did raise this and the intervention that is required in that. Water and sanitation, 24-25, a budget was 16 million. Over expenditure, the expenditure 52 million. So it can tell you that all this vandalism and theft, it's really crippling this municipality. Roads and stormwater, the budget was 2.2 million, and the expenditure was about 3.5 million rands. Let me go to the current financial year, 25-26. 25-26, we've budgeted 44 million rands for operations and maintenance, and 39 million rands for water and sanitation as such. So if you look at 24-25, so the municipality would have budgeted over 70, 80 million for operations and maintenance. But if you look at the expenditure, Chair, 141.3 million. So it tells you the enormous challenge of vandalism, theft of our infrastructure. And in the main, is vandalism and theft of our electricity infrastructure. So it really talks to the whole issue around cable theft, around the vandalism and theft of our mini-subs, our substations, and all of that. And the reality, Chair, is that the municipality just does not have the necessary firepower to be able to withstand zamazamas. And that's the reality that we can't mislead the committee about. But it really talks to what then is the intervention. Of course, we are looking at that intervention of smart technology, and we will actually, we've concluded, I think, the process. Will be advertising for that particular intervention so that we're able to detect where infrastructure may be tampered with even before it's tampered with. There was an issue, Chair, around fuel cost reduction, and I think what was the intervention? How did we get to this reduction of that amount of money that we've indicated in the? It's very simple interventions that we did. One is that we just put controls in place. Secondly, we ensured that our logbooks and our petrol receipts are reconciled at all times. And thirdly, we just put plans in place that to ensure that employees that are not on standby and are not working overtime, they are not allowed to take their vehicles home. Just with the implementation of these three interventions, we've been able to see those particular results. I think there was an issue around our municipal employees and councillors paying. Yes, the municipality does deduct from salaries for the payment of services from municipal employees as well as our honorable councillors as such. I think there's an issue around the use of consultancy and is the value for money. Indeed, so what we do, Chair, is that when a consultant is appointed, we enter into a service level agreement, which invariably is the contract. And there's a contract management unit that has been established in the 23-24 financial year that actually monitors with the sector department that monitors the implementation of that service level agreement so that there's value for money. So we actually do that at all material times. But Chair, I think most of what I've picked up would have been comments, and I think they are very enlightening and they are assisting And if there's anything else that I've missed, my sincere apologies, I can always come back to that, or we can provide a detailed report if required. But thank you very much, Chair.
I think there's one question I picked up from yourself. It has to do with the 5 million issue, the sinkhole issue, the fact that you will be doing forensic investigations. And it is in that context, because once you do forensic investigation, it means the report of such must come to council. So let's go back to the question. The question was, did that report goes through the council? I think that's the short and long of it.
The report that requested a response on the 5 areas, Chair, it's included in what we've submitted. It was requested by the NCOP. We presented it directly to the NCOP through the Office of the Executive Mayor.
It did not go to council. That's the answer.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. On the, unless you want to say something?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. There's part that was not covered regarding the issue that was raised, the appointment of the Deputy CFO. I know that the HOD tried to explain, but I want to cover the part that speaks to irregularity of the appointment. I want to report to this portfolio committee that there was a strategic session in May 2023, which had recommendations that led into us amending a high-level structure of the municipality, and that item was taken to council in 2023 November, on the 29th of November 2023, which makes it a position B in an organizational structure of the municipality. Then there was an advert that that went out for the position, and the appointment was made or was done on the 1st of April 2024 on a fixed contract, as the HOD has indicated. And I must also indicate, Chair, that the reason why one of the 10 points spoke to the issue of finalizing the organizational structure, we received comments from the COGTA, and we agreed in that meeting that we need to have engagements going forward so that we are able to finalize. So once we have that meeting with COGTA, we'll then finalize the organizational structure. But the structure went to council and awaiting comments from the MEC. I also want to speak to the issue of the FRP, the FRP chair. There was a question that was saying, how are we going to make sure that the strategies and policies that we are having will yield the results that we want? We are monitoring the FRP on a monthly basis. The political leadership, each and every department is monitoring the financial recovery plan, because the 80 findings that were imposed are as per each department in the municipality. We are also submitting monthly reports to provincial and national treasury, and we also get feedback on the same reports. We also take these reports to council on a quarterly basis. So that's how we are monitoring whether we are implementing it accordingly. Chair, I think the MM has spoken about the issue of cable theft, and I wanted to indicate that it is on our slide 120. I know that there was a process that was undertaken by the municipality advertising for the system that will help the municipality in making sure that we deal with the cable theft. Chair, if you check the progress that the municipality has made, and the issues that are being addressed by the municipality. In some of them, I want to indicate that they date back, Chair, to 2013, the issues of PPE. The issues of non-functionality of the waste treatment plant, they date back to 2016. The issues that are raised, some of the issues that are raised regarding the non-compliance in terms of reporting to the provincial government, they date back to 2019. So the team that is currently working, the team that was recently appointed by the municipality, they are working on historical issues. So hence, I was indicating earlier on, there's a bit of stability in the municipality. That it is on those bases why I was saying there is stability in the municipality. And when we engaged with COGTA, and one of the 10 points that we identified was improving stakeholder relations. We were not referring to communities, consultation with communities. There are engagements with state-owned entities, Chair. There are engagements with other provincial and national departments where we need COGTA to help us to engage so that we are able to service the community of Merafong. So the ward councillors, in fact, all the councillors in Merafong, they are aware that they have a responsibility to communicate with their communities. Thank you very much.
Member Ratsilwan, I'm at work. Can you agree? I'm at work. Thank you very much, colleagues. The only thing is listening to what the executive mayor is saying. I think your explanation changes what the HOD said, because your explanation, as I hear it, tells me that the CFO, the deputy CFO, is a senior manager in the municipality with a fixed-term contract. No. Because you took the structure to council and you appointed him on or her on those bases. Is that the correct reading?
Let me clarify it.
Sure.
Chair, the item that we took to council was a high-level structure.
Just tell me what's the status of the CFO?
No, the deputy CFO is not at the senior management level.
But what's the status in the municipality? Is the person with a 2-year contract, 1-year contract?
It's a fixed-year contract that is aligned to this term until we are able to deal with the issues that are raised by AG.
How many years?
It's until next year, if I'm not mistaken. Next year, 2026. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I heard it. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, honorable members. This was a marathon meeting. This was a marathon meeting, but I want to thank you for the contribution that you are making. As I indicated, even Mfuleni, if we are going to rush through the issues, our members of the public will remain unhappy, and therefore they will not have any confidence on the public institution. So we need to ensure accountability. I'm sorry. So on the 28th of August, we are going to Mohale City. You are invited, but we'll issue out an invite because we've got your details set list now. I don't know, you have no, don't go, we've got one item. Members must not go. It's quick. As they go and eat, by the time they will have finished. I don't know, you have an MP in Mohale, DA. So we must invite that MP, but we'll work through officials here to do that. But I want to say this is what is going to happen so that things do not fall through cracks. We're going to put together our own report, Executive Mayor. We will give it to our research team to critically look at what are the key issues that came from this particular meeting, and what are those key issues that we need to follow on. And through the department, we will do so. Unless we want a follow-up meeting, we will tell the department, but we will make those follow-ups through the department as such. If some issues at some point has to be discussed at the national parliament, at least our MPs have got a context that they can help us with on top there. And for the first time, I said in a meeting that I realized, yeah, we can add value as leaders. If only we can give ourselves time and focus on the issues like we're doing now, we can really add value. And Executive Mayor, we are helping you with your oversight. We're helping you with your oversight where things seems to be falling through cracks. And I think that's how you should look at us. HOD, the same thing. And I'm happy even in your summary, you seem to have seen that you are helping us. Members of the community out there, we want to tell you, we the people representatives, we represent the interest of the people. We will try by all means to ensure that we articulate and become your mouthpiece as you've put us in the position that you've put on. Thank you very much. All others, including Executive Mayor Ngukosha Kwaku, you can be excused. And then only the honorable members must remain. I've got only one item to go through. And then we can, there's food outside. We will join with it. I don't know. Can we please leave the room without making noise? Let's continue with our meeting because there's no secret. How are you? We'll meet outside. You'll talk to me outside, yeah. Can we continue? The item we're having is the first quarterly report from the department. Who's going to do it? HOD, can you take us through the report? Thank you. 5 minutes.
Chair, thank you very much. Can the COCTA team sit down, Chair? I don't know why are they leaving. Chair, can I ask the Secretariat to load the presentation? It looks like the Secretariat has left as well. Okay.
We have it in our laptops. Can you go on to present HOD? Thank you very much.
Chair, the report of the department for Q1 is a report that has been prepared in line with the APP, but also in line with the approved budget. Chair, you know, as all departments, we are affected by compulsory budget cuts. And as a result of that, we had to ensure that we put stringent measures in place to ensure that we put proper controls in place because we have shortfalls in our budget. Chair, for the period under review, the department have achieved 89% of the targets. We have also spent 22% of the budget, which means our underspending was 3%. Chair, I actually wanted 5% underspending, because I wanted to utilize the funds for some of the technological advancements that we are looking at in COCTA, such as a system to deal with disaster management, early warning systems, and so on. But I must say the team and the CFO has done well. We have achieved all our service delivery obligations, and we have come out with 22% spending. Chair, of course, the question is, how does that translate into the work on the ground? Chair, I'm looking forward to the work of the AG and the work in the municipalities to see how they have improved with the support that we have provided. There was good work done on the assessment of the annual financial statements, also the performance reports, and we ensure that there should be improvement overall. Chair, just from a performance area, that is the highlights of the department. We will continue to do that. Chair, in the year under review, what we will also do, by the time the audit outcomes are released of municipalities, COCTA will have to change its approach again. Depending on where the weaknesses were identified by the AG, we will have to develop our plans in line with that gaps and respond to that gaps. So the capacity development, the municipal financial support and municipal support has been a critical component of the work of the department. Chair, from a area of underperformance, Chair, there's 3 targets that will probably have to remain with us. And we are now on slide 19. It's the achievement of targets on people with disabilities, performance on SMS, that's females on 50%, and your achievement of some of the employment equity targets. And that is primarily, Chair, because we do not have funding for those. There is a request to Treasury to give us an additional 32 million rand to fund the current structure, and it's only minor positions that are being looked at. I do not foresee that to be fully achieved in this financial year. It's going to take us a little bit longer, but Chair, I believe that we are on track. Chair, if we go through the financial performance, you can clearly see there on slide 22, all the areas are on track. Traditional institutional management, that's at 18%. The budget are very small, so that 18% hardly makes a difference. However, under development planning, we had spent 15%, and those were some of the savings that we are trying to earmark and ring fence for technological advancement, but also other areas, Chair, for goods and services. You know, next year is elections. There will be a requirement of COCTA to run various stakeholder engagements, and the funding that we have will come in handy for that. Chair, whilst Treasury has committed that we can fill some of the positions, they have not given any money, which means they will give you the money, you don't spend, and then you have to surrender it. So Treasury was saying to all departments, demonstrate to us that you can advertise immediately, you fill positions immediately, and then we'll augment the funding in the budget adjustment. So the onus is now on COCTA to fill the governance gaps that we have, fill the monitoring and evaluation gaps, and also the municipal support gaps that we have. Chair, we did not make any transfers to the municipalities in this particular cycle because the first quarter of COCTA is the final quarter of the municipalities, and we do not want them to roll the money over to the next financial year. Chair, one thing that stands out from our performance is the 89% achievement of payment of invoices, and that is very low. In 15 days, we have achieved 89%, but in 30 days, we have achieved the full 100. But what has happened here, Chair? I know we had CETA downtime in the past, but there was compulsory system upgrades by National Treasury. And if they do upgrade the system, Chair, and the system is not available for 5 days, they don't subtract the 5 days from your 15 days. Your 15 days just run. So if your 15 days expire during that 5 days, it means you have not achieved. But we can say the statutory provisions, we have fully complied with it. Chair, as a department, we do not have major accruals, and we do not have commitments that's beyond the current financial provisions that we have. So all of those are within 30 days, and it is within the current budget. Chair, that's at a high level, the report of the the department. By the time we get into Q2, you'll get a better sense of the impact of some of the initiatives, because by then you would have seen the audit outcomes of municipalities. Chair, we have prepared a detailed report on all the questions. I see the committee was hard at work, Chair. There was over about 40 questions, and to put it in a presentation format would not have been useful. There is a detailed document attached that outlines all the responses, and I can say, Chair, all of those responses are within budget. It has been budgeted for. We're only looking.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Any taker? Member Diacher?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. HOD, you're lucky because we're tired now.
Any other member? Yes.
Also just tired, but there is an item that I really wanted to talk to, particularly where the department speaks about supporting municipalities and ensuring that they comply with regards to the appointments of the Section 56 of municipalities. As much as it's welcome to say they've supported City of Ekurhuleni and 2 other municipalities, but most recently, Ekurhuleni has been making headlines in terms of, and I can see the HOD is laughing, so he knows where I'm going with this. There's a recent HOD for communication that has been appointed, and when you look at the Municipality Systems Act and the requirements for that position, the person that was appointed doesn't even have a postgraduate. So I would really just want to find out how is that obviously supported, or how the department tried to intervene with regards to that. But also the Minister of COGTA have also written to the MEC with regards to the appointment of the CFO for City of Ekurhuleni, who also contravened the very same systems that we're supposed to be complying with. So I really just want the department to take us into confidence. I'm also just tired, so I'll just leave it at that. But there's 2 appointments that have been going back and forth on the media with regards to how the Systems Act were not followed. Thanks.
Baba, all right. Honorable Ngubeni?
No, I think Honorable Rasiliwani has covered me. Maybe just to extend that question to Tswan. If we can just get an indication of what is the department's thinking and what is the department doing with municipalities to really clear up those matters that are raging on the media. They are destabilizing municipalities if they continue to linger and there is no direction that is being provided to them. Thank you very much.
Member Dilebo?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question based on the performance management system. I see the department is supporting only, for now, in the quarter end review, is supporting only 3 municipalities. And then I would have thought Merafong would have been included in terms of institutionalizing the PMS. So I just want to know if the department is planning to include it in the next quarter or so. Thank you.
HOD?
Yeah, Chair, I thought the members are tired, but okay. No, it's fine. Chair, no, thank you very much. I was thinking of responding about Tshwane as well as we respond about Ekurhuleni. Chair, it appears to me that to some extent there has been a misinterpretation of regulations, specifically the municipal staff regulations. We have relied on some court outcomes in the past to reaffirm our stance. What we have done then since then is we have issued circulars to municipalities to tell them this is the process they must follow when they're appointing a senior manager or a municipal manager. And of course, they have not followed that. And the minister is now compelling us to take action. We had separate engagements with the City of Ekurhuleni. We have told them that those additional positions, or should I not say additional positions, those Section 56 positions that was advertised, it needs to be re-advertised. It was advertised as a 5-year term contract, whereas the regulations now make provision for those directly accountable to the city manager to be permanent employees. So you cannot proceed with the position. There was one of the members, I don't know if it's the communications, I think it's the communications one. We as COCTA have subjected that particular qualifications to SAQA verification. That part came out positive based on what the person has submitted. But there were still serious challenges throughout the Section 56 managers that they need to redo. Insofar as the CFO is concerned, we had separate engagements with the CFO and the team. The CFO was then appointed as the acting city manager, and we wrote them to the minister because we have advised that the appointment is irregular because the selection committee did not comply. We then said, okay, are we correct? Let's engage National. We engaged National. National reaffirmed our decision. We engaged Ekurhuleni. Ekurhuleni did not want to accept the decision. And the minister wrote back. After we wrote to the minister says, MEC, I expect you to enforce compliance because that appointment is invalid. So we have written back to the municipality to come back to us within 7 to 14 days as to what's the status regarding that. So once that is done, we will take further action and decide. The post of city manager, the city manager was on, was it special leave? There's no provision for special leave, but the person's contract has since ended and the post has been advertised. So, so that's as far as we are concerned when it comes to the city of Ekurhuleni. In terms of the city of Tshwane, when the city manager was appointed, he was the only senior manager there, and that was in 2022, 2023. And due to the poor audit outcomes, we have put them on terms to appoint senior managers, which they have done. The first 5, and I stand to be corrected in terms of the names, the first 5 we have concurred to, we have submitted the information back to them, we have closed the matter. There are 2 positions, I think it's the management support officer and the governance support officer. The one have fully complied, and I'm getting confused, Quentin, with governance support, management support, which ones comply, which one is the one that we have written back to them, and both of them appears to be fine. But there are, one of them is a technical matter. The regulations also say that if COCTA, you don't respond in 14 days, the municipality can regard that appointment as you have no issues with it. The MEC felt that we should have an IGR engagement with the municipality, which is a good thing because writing letters, they write back to us, you're now sitting with an appointment that hasn't been finalized in a year. So that IGR engagement have taken place. We have managed to clear a lot of issues, but there's one technical issue. The regulations don't make provision for an IGR engagement. If you have not responded in 14 days, the appointment is deemed to be valid. So that's where it comes to the one appointment, but the other one is valid. The letters are going probably in the next week to the municipality. Insofar as the city manager is concerned, Jay, the municipality took about almost 2 years, Ramo, to submit the documents to us, almost 2 years, after repeated requests. I think during the former MEC's time, they have not submitted. We have put them on terms and the documents have been submitted. Now we need to give concurrence to the appointment. Our assessment of the documentation is that the documentation is fine. The selection panel have not complied. But at the time of that appointment, it was during the transitional arrangements when the new staff regulations came into operation. So the MEC, in actual fact, had no power over their decision. So, and that's part of the letters that we have written back to them. So we want to close that matter as such. Chair, thank you very much.
HOD, it is I hear you, but it is my understanding that once you have not concurred, that appointment cannot be valid as a matter of principle, right? I hear the 14 days, it means you waited until 14 days and. But my understanding is that if you have not concurred as an HOD, that appointment is not valid, isn't it? It must go back to that municipality with all the comments, and that municipality have to take into account the issues that you are raising. Until then, that appointment cannot be valid. What is the point I'm making there? The point I'm making is that I think we must stick to the rules. We must not be seen to be wishy-washy. We must stick to the rules. If an appointment is invalid, it's invalid. All right? And I know the Department of COCTA is one of those departments that you are very strict in terms of that. I know I used to fight with you a lot. No, you can't. So I don't know where that flexibility comes from now. So I'm saying when it's wrong, it's wrong. When it's invalid, we should stick to the rules. Because at the end of the day, it's going to remain with you. For instance, I do not take the 14-day story. Because what it means is somebody said like this and waited for 14 days and knows that the appointment will be valid and so on and so on. Given all of these problems we are dealing with, of people who don't have the right competencies, of people who don't have the right qualifications, in Gauteng, Nogal, we can't be seen doing these things. We can't. We must refuse to do these things. But over and above, we do note your report, and if there's any follow-up matters which we are going to have with regard to progress in these municipalities that we spoke about, we're not going to leave the matters just like that. We will make some follow-up. Remember, we wrote you, and then you answered. We're happy as an office that we've answered all the questions. But given the discussion that came out of this meeting, we'll make a follow-up on the specific things. And then from now on, we will ensure that we follow up the issue of Ekurhuleni, the issue of, I seems to have a little bit of an information on and knowledge on Ekurhuleni. I thought that thing was resolved long time ago. If it's still there, we still have to work on it. There's a new one that we're talking about of Tshwane and so on and so on and so on. We just have to be firm on such. But thank you, honorable members, for being able to raise that matter. And we note in the report that the meeting is duly closed. We'll meet on the 28th in Mohale City. We'll tell you where we'll sleep. Thank you. And in Mohale, you must know there's another issue. HOD.